Okay, folks. Oh, I just got your message, so I just sent you a message. How much were those? What's a good deal? Aldi's supposed to be a place where you get good deals on things. And I don't know how Aldi's is in the UK. Aldi's here in the United States, at least the ones I've been to. Well, that's not a great deal. I mean, it's not terrible. The best model kit I've seen. We have a hobby chain. Calling it hobby is kind of lame. It's got everything. It's got textiles. It's got Christmas decorations, stuff for your house, framing, craft things, people that do the what do you call those things? The where you make up the I can't think right now. The They make up the cardboard, lay out the pictures, and make an album out of them. Whatever the hell they're called. I can't even think of what that thing's called. I'm out of RAM. Place called Hobby Lobby. And they have a small section that have models, and they're notorious for all having the same model. They'll have like a 1/35th scale Tamiya kit. I'm like, great, it's the Walker Bulldog. Like, oh, who gives a shit. And they'll have different stuff. They'll have some cars and just they used to have some 1/72nd scale armor, the or 1/76 scale armor. They used to have the Airfix Sherman, and it'd run about $10, and then they would have 40% off, so to get it down to like $5.99 or something like that. I never got any because their 1/76 scale didn't need any, and I already had a shitload of Shermans by the time I found them, and it's a lot of parts. Now they don't carry them at all, So those kits have some paints and oh, you don't want to use that stuff. That's like that's so. They have those kits there so people get frustrated and they go, I don't want to build models anymore. I'm gonna go watch football like everybody else. It's a big conspiracy. The Cromwell, huh? That's what they have, the Cromwell, and yeah. In my mind, in my ignorant mind, I thought Airfix were like Matchbox. Airfix have a ton of pieces, a lot. I just assumed they were the same. I don't know. They only had those two. Wish Airfix would get with it and package and access an allied tent together with some basic rules. Try to dig a bit into the budding Warhammer demographic. Yeah, you never know what they're doing in those meetings. I just don't understand why Warhammer is so popular. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Is it because they're everywhere? And there's just so many things that Warhammer does. As I use their paints, look, their paints are fine, but their business model just has so many things that I find so weird. Discontinue their own stuff. I mean, they discontinue their stuff after only a couple of years. Not like, oh, we've been doing this for 20 years and that's enough. Okay, I get it, right? But you just fired this thing up. You advertised it everywhere, and all of a sudden you don't want to like continue with it. What about all these people that bought into it? That's just an alien concept to me. You know, a couple of years ago when I first heard about it, or maybe when it first came out, it seemed like there was a lot of people that were jumping on the bandwagon of playing whatever the independent from Warhammer rule set was that you could use the Warhammer figures on. I don't remember what it's called. I feel like it's got like a Latin type name, like Tyrannicus X or something like that. It's something. You'll know what it is. But did that just like fizzle out, or Oedipus X or whatever the hell it's called? The listing for the kits at Liddy, Aldi's competitor, give a 1 year warranty. Oh, I didn't realize there was two of them. Okay, well let me know what both of them are called. You see, you know what I'm talking about. I just, I don't think about it. There we go. Had one little leftover spider web there. Yeah, did that take off, or people just didn't put their money where their mouth was? But none of that affects me because I don't play 28 millimeter. You know, I would have considered. And here's another game that everyone that mentions it has something kind to say about it. War Master. Everybody I know liked War Master that mentioned it. I never played it, but it's what, 10 mil? You know, other than the lack of manufacturers in 10 mil. I'd do 10 mil before I would do 28s. Was it by one of the model companies or a fan thing? I want to say it's a fan thing. Ninth Age was the fan made fantasy version. I'll look it up right now. I didn't know there was a fan. I'm sure there was a fantasy one. It's probably made by the same people, honestly. I don't. It was a professional like book. I'm gonna look at this Warhammer 40K Alternative. I bet it'll be the first thing that comes up. Alternatives. Here we go. No, it's none of these. Never mind. That's why I see what I get about being optimistic. Gridmar. Grimdark. The Grimdark thing. Is it like Grimdark Future or something like that? Is Grimdark is the one I was thinking about. Oh, lots of people were talking about playing that a couple of years ago. When you get down to it, is the made up story doesn't really appeal to me. I like history, like real shit. So like I don't like Flames of War, but at least there's historical stuff on there to some degree. Their articles are really good. Trench Crusade, interesting, is a new flavor of the month of the 40K kitties. Oh, and that turnip thing. Nope, I'm already awake. Tinkerbell. Speaking of which, I was never afraid of clowns. I know why many people, I guess, are afraid of clowns because of the It thing. I've never seen the It thing, and that's not really clowns. That's a fucking demon. However, why are people afraid of dolls? Like, a whole room full of dolls or something like that. Those porcelain faced dolls. Like, what are they going to do? Grimdark. Grimdark's the one I was thinking of. And there's probably a fantasy version of it, but that one you mentioned I've never heard of before. Doesn't mean it wasn't popular. It wasn't one I was thinking of. I'm not really in the know of that. And that stuff. Trying to get everything from this angle that I can see. Looks like there's some spots here in this vision. Pour it up here. I'm just not really in the fantasy realm at all. Like if somebody tells me, "Oh, I play Pathfinder," "Oh, I play 3rd edition, 5th edition," whatever. I don't know what the hell the difference is. When I played that, it was like 1984, and there was only one thing. I think it was like a Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and that was it. I take you didn't eat Kaboom cereal as a child then? No, never heard of it. That sounds like something they'd serve in the Middle East. Would you like some Kaboom cereal? A lot of Flames of War are pinched. Took a few from Dr. Faust without giving him credit. Ooh, not cool. Dr. Faust has a lot of followers. I've subscribed to his page, but I never watch his stuff. I don't know why. I don't have anything against him. Seems to be pretty prolific. Kaboom cereal. I did eat junk cereal as a kid, just not that one. And my mom just usually bought whichever one was on sale. Because I had to eat it anyway, so what was the incentive in getting her what I wanted? So I tried some weird cereals. Some that I don't think they even make anymore. There's one cereal I can remember. I can't remember what the hell it is. Pretty sure it's a Kellogg. I tried so many. Like, what are those things called? Sugar Smacks? Never liked Sugar Smacks. Still got it. That damn frog on them. And there was this one that was like, it was like these figure eights. And they were small. I mean, they weren't really, really small, but I want to say they were the size of like this figure. Both eights. They were really narrow. I don't know what the hell those things were. I didn't like them. Still got bought. Good morning, Marcus. Yeah. I've eaten some cereal. Now they got all kinds of weird shit. My favorite junk cereals growing up. Captain Crunch, not just the standard flavored one. Corn Pops. Fruity Pebbles. I don't like cinnamon things, but Apple Jacks are great. Fruit Loops aren't bad either. You know, it's fruitier version. We're talking old school cereals. I don't know what the hell they have now. You know, I remember one time as a young adult when I was living on my own. I'm like, man, I love granola. Let me get grape nuts. Right? That's granola. The hell it is. It's freaking dirt, man. I think it's made, you know, in North Africa. It's freaking dirt. Middle Eastern cereals. That's right. Kaboom. Kaboom cereal. Instead of a toy, it comes with cannon fuse. Oh, man. Somebody was saying I was speaking to somebody last night. I think it was last night. I think it was Mr. White, and he was saying that it was really difficult for people in the UK to do business in the EU. And he put NI, Northern Ireland. Is that right? Why would Northern Ireland? Northern Ireland is part of the UK. I think you just should just snub the EU and just do business with us. We'll buy your stuff. We like the UK. We just don't want you telling us how to run our business or our country. That's the whole thing. I was mentioning it the other day. It's like, I don't know why they get this idea. People in Britain think that you. I mean, sure, there's some people that are just ignorant, but we don't naturally hate UK people. You know, you guys are like our cousins. I mean, you're not literally my cousin, but, you know, you're our people. Just give us preferred nation status. Just sell us all your stuff, man. We'll be buds. That's quite an eclectic subject of topics. Yep. Yep, you never know. See, you don't need to even do drugs to be creative. I did have an interesting dream last night. I can't remember what the hell it was. Had something to do like some mansion in like some redneck place or something, and everybody worked there. We had to go for an inspection, and they had to inspect the weapons that we were carrying because we were allowed to carry weapons like, like hidden and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this coming from? Like. And whatchamacallit was there. Who's that dude that's in everything now? The guy that I think is from Brazil. He's not from Brazil. That person of color actor that I really like. Oh man, what's his name? Giancarlo Esposito or something like that. He was there somehow. Like he worked at the mansion or whatever. What's that guy's name? He's in everything. He's even in video games. I haven't played that video game yet. I've done enough first person shoot. Giancarlo Esposito, yeah. He was one of the people. I'm like, I don't sit around thinking about him. I don't sit around and think about actors. Northern Ireland. Is that Northern Ireland? Have to adhere to EU standards because of the peace treaty with the IRA stipulating they can't be a hard border on the island. Okay. Whatever got the IRA to simmer down? What's up, Javier? Javier, Prime Minister. Well, I didn't vote for you. Cromwell. Not a Cromwell. A13. It's a pre-Cromwell. It's a better looking Cromwell. Actually, the Cromwell probably would look a lot better if it was in desert colors. But Rommel ran out of fuel well before that happened. Well, you do anything? You guys do any hobby Black Friday shopping worth note? I have a hard time spending money on stuff that I don't really need. Like if I got like 20 kits, that's cool, but it's going to interfere with me finishing this. So it's like it creates a problem, not a solution. By the way, you got any Commonwealth guys to fight those that Africa Corps of yours, Marcus? I came really close to pulling the trigger on Six Crusaders from X Model. But I'm just like, what am I going to do with them, They're still going to manufacture them. I just put them in my box, kind of mill them around, and like, I don't need to get these right now. And talk myself out of them. And you get a couple A9s and A10s, but holy cow, these rivets are just, they're time consuming. They're really time consuming. Arena Camuflaje, or Calabaza Halloween Desert Combination. Yeah, today's like the last day of Calabaza stuff, right? Because it's, you guys don't have pumpkins over there in the old world, do you? Yeah, Cromwell would look good in the desert, but I haven't seen anybody try to paint a Cromwell desert camouflage. I have seen people paint panthers in Panzer Gray, which is just as wrong, I guess. Nothing interesting unless you count paint and supplies purchases. I did receive your Battle Valor purchase yesterday, so Soviet cavalry will be on the near term painting list. How long did that Battle Valor order take? From the time you ordered it to the time you got it? How long did that take? I did make a small order, and I mean a really small order, like less than $10, from AliExpress. I'll let you know how that goes when I get it in. I mean, I'm sorry. I meant to say if I get it in. Just consider it like buying a lottery ticket. You know you're not going to win the lottery, but you buy it anyways. Well, I don't buy lottery tickets, but I have, like maybe on 3 occasions. Didn't win. So I wasn't really motivated to buy another one. You have the British Grant tank to paint from Chad. Just one? I think it's going to be outnumbered. How many tanks did you get? How many Panzers did you get from Chad? Maybe you only got like 3 or something like that. You got a couple Panzer IIs. Were they C's or F's? They really don't look that much different. Main thing is the hatch. If it's got like the cupola hatch, which I think some of the C's also had, but I associate the C's with having the round hatch, just like the F's, not the split one. You got 6 models from Chad in the opening order. Yeah. Well, my daughter that was here for the weekend, she's going back today, so she'll be back in about a week and a half or something like that permanently. Didn't get a chance really to watch anything with her this time, but I don't mind doing this. It's kind of relaxing. It certainly makes a huge difference on the model. It's not like it's a waste of time. It just takes a while. I mean, it's a lot of freaking rivets, like a lot, like hundreds. I don't know. There's 1,000, hundreds of rivets. Let's see if I can figure this out with my limited Spanish vocabulary. Le haces los chorreones de aceite, las corrosiones de óxido y te queda niquelado. I don't know what niquelado means, but I got everything else. Yeah. I don't like chipping, but I'm fine with the other stains. I don't like chipping because even people that do a good, it just doesn't look right. Even when experts do it, I don't like it, you know. But the Italian truck is a Wargame 3D model with a 100 millimeter 17. Oh, is it? Hopefully, it's not 17 caliber. That's like one Panzer one, okay, or one Panzer two, one Panzer three, one Firefly, a Grant, an Italian staff car, and an Italian truck. The Italian truck is a war game. That's not a truck. That's an offensive vehicle. There's some Italian trucks that are really attractive, but I don't like the ones that are just like a flat-nosed, you know? A cab over. So it looks like. It looks like a cab over. Doesn't mean I won't get any. And man, I want to get some of those Italian light tanks, those tankettes from S Model. Man, they're too expensive. Like, I'm sorry, a vehicle this big should cost more than one that's half its size. The one half its size should cost 75% the cost. Now, S Model don't matter, you know? It's like, well, not going to get me to buy those little tankettes. Like, by the time you get, what was I going to get? I was going to get 2 packs of the regular tankettes, one with a flamethrower, one with a 20 millimeter cannon, and like that alone is like $70 or something like that. I don't even spend $70 on. I mean, they'll look great because my Italian tank that I painted was like stellar on the color. Like, I was surprised, but I didn't get anything. We'll get stuff for the Italians when we're painting the Italian infantry. And I'm probably going to use them as Bersaglieri. Because half the figures that you sent me were Bersaglieri anyways. So, you know, you can have guys that don't have all the specific stuff from them on their helmet and use them as them. You can't use guys, you really shouldn't use guys that aren't Bersaglieri with Bersaglieri stuff. So, get some of those guys entrenched with a pair of Elefantinos defending against a bunch of Crusaders from the 2nd Armored Brigade. Did I say 22nd Armored Brigade? That's what I meant to say. Suppose que no irían todos recién pintados de la fábrica. El desgaste de batalla les dará veteranía, los curte entre los dados, no? I think what you mean is they'd be some battle damage. Yeah, but even if you look at real photos, I don't see the chipping and the way that people do it. I do weathering, and I do, you know, the way I look at it is, look, if you're going to add chipping and things like that, then the figures need to have like stains on their knees and stuff like that. And just at some point you need to just like, okay, they are war games figures, and I want them to look realistic, but I want them to look like a graphic novel. Like, if you look at a comic book that's not a comic book, but one that's like really well done, that's the look I'm going for. So yeah, I don't want to have vehicles that don't have any weathering on them, because I've seen people do them and they don't look right to me. And, you know, the details on them, on the vehicles, don't stand out if you don't weather them, if you don't like make these little rivets pop. So it's almost like when you take a picture and you're like, I don't see enough details yet. Let's go ahead and add in what is it, shadows or sharpen the image or all those things. Is basically what I'm doing. I'm doing it without having to hit that. But I've never liked the chipping thing, and the chipping thing didn't exist in the 90s. Nobody was doing chipping in the 1990s. I don't know, all got infected. I saw this article where like this guy had done how to weather the Africa Corps vehicle, and it was a Mark IV. It might have even been a long barreled Mark IV, and it didn't look right to me. It just something about it, and it just it's artistic. It's artistic. Your whatever your artistic take is on it. I don't want anything that's a recess in a vehicle to be lighter colored than the rest of the vehicle. So if you take a real tank like a Honey or something like that and drive at high speed through the freaking desert, right? It's gonna grind all that sand into powder, like baby powder. Like I work at a place that there's some lime rock, and I mean it's like freaking baby powder, and all of that's gonna get into recesses. So you're gonna have a really light color, almost a white, in all of the gaps. I don't like how it looks because at 3 feet away, it blends too much, and that's just I don't want to have that look. You need to have that contrast. You have those people that say like I want my figures to look good at 3 feet away. Well, the problem is I'm nearsighted, so I can't have it look like shit when I'm looking at it right now because if I do that, then I'm going to lose interest in doing it. I've got to fool myself up close, and I've got to fool everybody else at a distance. So it's got to look good at both. So, but that's just my style. There's some people that used to do DBA armies, and they used to sell them. They were from Sweden, and I thought their stuff looked really good. And then you take a picture of it. They used a lot of really heavy black lining, and you look at it up close, and it looks terrible. But you look at it, a foot, 2-3 feet away, and it look good. And I got to have it both ways. So, but that's whatever it is you want it to do. So, juego mucho World of Tanks. Debe ser por eso que me flipan las modificaciones personales de cada tanque. Yeah, I don't play World of Tanks anymore. I don't like their damage system. It reminds me of, and I played it a lot. It's just, I the damage system reminds me of the naval game that we used to play growing up, where you take, where it's like hit points, and I think there's some special hits that you can get, but it's mostly hit points. Whereas, what's the other? War Thunder is more realistic, although I'm not very good at War Thunder. War Thunder is almost like a computer game that's been ported to a console, because I play on the console. And there's a whole lot of HUD info when you play World of Tanks. I know you can turn that stuff off, but you've got like a lot of like little writing and stuff when you're trying to aim at one guy, and it tells you who he is and what clan he's part of or whatever it is. There's all kinds of HUD stuff that obfuscates the War Thunder thing, but. And you can use machine guns. So if you're running around with like something like a Mark VI, you can like shoot your machine gun that can penetrate light vehicles. Whereas World of Tanks doesn't have that. And World of Tanks does the same thing as, they have all these fake skins. And I don't want to play with people that have these, like a pink Yag Tiger running around. No, not a Yag Tiger, because I don't have that kind of level stuff. But, it's good for inspiration. Like, I wonder what this thing would sound like if I drove it around. Like, okay, well, that's cool. Let me go back to painting the real one. The real miniature one. But I don't really care for it very much. I don't remember the last time I played it. Of course, I haven't played World of Warships I prefer World of Warships because I feel like World of Tanks, you can't... In World of Warships, you can't camp. I mean, you can, but... And there are people that do that. They'll take a battleship and it's going in reverse 6 knots. Like there's no naval battle where any warship was going in reverse in a naval battle. And there's still some people that do it. I don't do it just because it's stupid. I don't care that much to win. It's like that you're at least seeing the ship moving around and stuff. Whereas World of Tanks, there's a whole lot of sitting around. And usually War Thunder, I'm like killed by somebody. I don't even know who even killed me. But those games have their purpose, and it's just kind of to motivate me to paint this stuff. But I can't sit around and play video games all day. I feel like I've just been wasting my day. As I've gotten older, my tolerance for doing things that I consider grindy is less and less interesting. And speaking of grinding a bunch of rivets out. Let's see if we can. Nope, we need a little bit more of an angle for that. There we go. Well, I'm trying to convert anybody to the way I play things. There's some people that are avid fans of priming in white. I'm never going to prime in white. I'm always going to prime in black. If you don't like it, well, I'm not trying to convert you, The MK that are different by the caliber of the cannons in the Mark II to 4 or 5 aumentan el grosor de los blindajes frontales dependiendo de los encuentros con Panzer III o sea, que los chinos tuvieran su versión de Stug 44. Yeah, not a whole lot of armored combat over there in China. Marcus, have you seen that 800 movie? I tried to watch it. I made it about 5 minutes, and I'm like, man, the dub overs are just ridiculous. Honestly, the only reason I was watching it is to see if I could catch a glimpse of some armored vehicle in action or a Hago or something. So I think that movie doesn't come with an option of just. My option is keep it in the language it's produced in, and then just show me subtitles. Because I'm going to use subtitles anyways. Okay, we got to paint a headlight there. which I look forward to. Headlights, one of those things that I dread until I was happy with how I did them. And then it just turned into like faces. Like, oh man, I can't wait to paint more faces. I can't wait to paint more headlights. Well, I saw a pic of some Japanese in the Philippines with an M3, but didn't have the fixed MGs on the hull. I thought they all had them there. Um, yeah, I thought so too. I thought so too. Well, if you look at Plastic Soldier Company, their honey says to put those things in the side. Like, they need better QC there, man. Oh, speaking of the Morris, I've decided what I'm going to do. I know, do tell. Yeah. I'm going to do this even if it's wrong. I'm going to make them different, I think. First of all, I'm going to seal up the windows. Because I don't want it to definitely be two guys that are just sitting on their lily ass while the battle's going on. Okay? So I'm going to close in the windows like the 15 millimeter version has. And then this one, I'm going to actually cut this in half. I'm going to cut this center portion that has this thing off, and then glue the front part, glue the back part. In the middle, I'm going to put the tarp. So I'm going to turn this from a one piece into a three piece. It'll all be closed up together. But I think that's what I'm going to do. But I'm definitely going to close up the windows. I don't know what the hell I'm going to close them up with, but you know. And I don't need to use something clear. I'm going to paint them, you know, like solid, like shade black or something like that. But this doesn't fit in. This doesn't fit correctly. There's something weird going on. There's something queer afoot. I don't really know what it is. So, but they don't give me any instruction, and you know, I don't really want to post on some public forum and then not get an answer for a week, and then after I make my own decision, somebody answers, "Yeah, you should have done this," and I picked wrong. I'm sure it'll turn out just fine. We're painting British again, yes. The luck of being giants throwing dice is that you don't hear your soldiers yell, "Tiger, we're gonna die." Bring the 50 cal. Move it. Get out of there. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, you know, war is horrible. War is a horrible thing. And we also have the benefit of when you play a war game, you pretty much see everything that's going on. You know, if you're one guy in a trench, man, you're bored to tears, suffering, and then you like see one tank, you don't know what's going on in the whole battle, you know? You tired of British? What? I got a bunch of British / Commonwealth stuff, you know. The Africa Corps, the crooked coconuts will get here soon enough. I got one. I got one crooked coconut. Go get the turn. Actually, I wasn't even that excited to build this A13, and then Thanksgiving rolled around. I'm like, well, I got to work on a tank. and Thanksgiving, you know. I can read Spanish too. So here's the deal. Um, my first, my parents are first generation from Cuba. I never spoke English to them and still don't. But I've never had a formal education in Spanish, so it's a vocabulary issue. And if I'm talking with somebody about technical things, and I would say, this is technical stuff. I have very limited vocabulary. Very limited I may be able to figure out what a word is, but like I couldn't watch the news in Spanish. I could, but there's just some words that are just, that are like basic vocabulary things, but I just never learned them, you know? So it's actually easier for me to pronounce words that I don't know what they mean in Spanish than to actually know what they mean. I just have like, just imagine somebody from West Virginia that never wore shoes, some kid that never wore shoes in West Virginia. I know I'm hitting close to home to Marcus. I understand that. And that's me in Spanish, you know? So, and then if you've got somebody from Spain, that's, there's all kinds of other little words and mannerisms that I'm not familiar with, you know? So, because on top of that, my parents both came from Cuba, but my original mom, my birth mother, died when I was 4. So my stepmother, who basically, whoop, almost spilled that, but it was close, so we didn't almost spill it. Is from Mexico. So there's all kinds of little lingos and different things. So you add all those things together, and so it's kind of an interesting combination. So there's a lot of like what I would call really basic words in wargaming that I don't know what the hell the word is for them in Spanish. Okay. So I was playing a war game with somebody from Spain 3 years ago or whatever. I'm like, oh, this is great. We could do this game and I could film it and I could learn some Spanish along the way or get better at it. And there's just some words that I just don't friggin' know what the hell they are in Spanish. Like, for instance, crossbowman. I didn't know how you say crossbowman. A pretty simple word, right? Crossbowman. How do you say crossbowman in Spanish? And I'm like, I didn't know. And he told me what it was, and it was like a word that was like this long. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, I'd have to figure that shit out. But it's not a pronunciation issue. And there's some words like make sense. Like I wouldn't call them sword and bucklermen. I'd call them rodeleros. Because that's what they are. So it's a vocabulary issue for me. So, and I don't know where the fuck the accents go. I mean, unless it's a certain word or somebody's name, I don't even put the accents in. But it's funny because when they're in, it helps me pronounce it. But I just don't know where the hell they go. So, some Spanish from work because of the wares that have labels and info packets printed only in Spanish. I can read it, but cannot speak it. Yeah. Indeed, we actually didn't wear shoes most of the time when playing around the house. Well, inside the house not wearing shoes doesn't count. You don't wear shoes inside the house now, do you? Because that's kind of like an Asian thing, isn't it? I just do it for like cleanliness. Like, okay, your feet are clean, or they should be. So you don't want to bring, the filth of the city, the Big Apple. You don't want to bring the worms of the Big Apple in the house. Like if I'm wearing shoes inside the house, it's like shoes that don't go outside. You know. You meant outside the yard? No, I never did that. I didn't run outside barefoot. Oh no, absolutely not. I mean, unless I was like washing the car or something like that. No. You're more redneck than me. Well, I knew that already. No, you don't wear shoes in the apartment. Yeah, you can't. That's just. I wear shoes in the house, but they're shoes that don't go outside, and that's only so my feet don't freaking kill me. And I don't even have tile. Let me go get it. Let me go get a Coke. But yeah, there's so if I needed to describe what I did for a living in Spanish, it's pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass to read books about the Second World War in Spanish. You know. And then there's words that I know what they mean, but I don't use them. You know. You don't wear shoes unless I need to. Well, I need to. I wear shoes in the house because after a while my feet start to hurt because I'm not as young as I used to be. But I would prefer to be. I was barefoot in the house for like ever. Keep your feet cool. But we all have our habits. Like I can't imagine going to bed without showering first. Or people that sleep with the dog in the bed, like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, no. Absolutely not. But I'm not a pet person. You don't have your dog sleep with you, do you? They're, Marcus, the dogs you watch. Yo necesito un aerodrome. Okay, I need an airport for my forts in 1/72nd scale. I am making Caseríos Montes. I don't know what the fuck that means. Montes is something mountain. Caseríos, house mountains and bunkers. Right now, I don't know what you're saying. See, I'm just kind of lost, you know? Unfortunately, I say sleep on the couch with him. Yeah, but you don't bring him to bed, right? But you probably grew up with animals. As I think most people did. And what really surprises me about animals is the people who would have multiple pets, in my mind, as an outsider, looking at it from the outside, would be some girl that's single, like some girl that lives in New York by herself, which I don't think you could probably afford to live in New York by yourself. But anyways, in my story, she does, and because of companionship, protection, whatever, she's carrying for protection. She's carrying two dogs. Um, but when I've seen people that have multiple dogs, it's people that already have a huge family with a lot of kids. I'm like, stop. You need more silence, not more chaos, Mountain hamlets. Mountain hamlets. Well, I got the bunkers part because it's, mountain hamlets. Caseríos. Yeah, see, that's a word I don't use. It's my fault. I have I have no education. I'm uneducated. No animals were allowed in the house in Virginia, but we had plenty outside. I never grew up with any. I didn't grow up any. We had grandmothers that lived with us. Speaking of dogs, no. So we had trouble. Anytime we traveled, we always had to be conscious that somebody was taking care of them or they were coming with us. So it was like almost having something that, you always had to be mindful of. So like not being able to go on a trip because somebody's got to watch Fifi is, and that's not the name of a grandmother. I'm just saying that would be like a dog, a fictitious dog named Fifi is alien to me. Like I wouldn't want that kind of a responsibility. Because like the only purpose I would have for a dog, and I've actually borrowed a dog for this, is we went on like a walk or a run or whatever, and I'm like, hey, give me a dog to run with me, right? It makes that experience better. There's without a doubt that was cool. So I borrowed this tiny little pug dog, and that little badass. Well, he could keep up with me, but that's not saying a whole lot. I'm not exactly the best runner out there. I'm not even a runner. And I suffered like for 3 days afterwards. My shins were killing me. You know, I have too much displacement to run. You make the scenarios in scales reduced with Tergopol. I don't know what Tergopol is. I know what Tarnopol is, but I don't think that's what it is. That's and little wood, plastic for windows, paper, and cards for papelar. Okay, to wallpaper, rooms, etc. If the front expands to the sides, there'd be a larger number of players fighting for the same objective. Okay? I assume you're in Spain, Javier. Spain's not one of those places where you can't put the crooked spider on your models, is it? I think that's the only place. Well, you can't do it anywhere on the internet. You run into problems. Okay, so it's not that big of a deal, honestly. As long as somebody says you can't put it on your model when you're at home, that's too much encroachment. But I can see where it's, you don't want to put it on the internet. But it doesn't bother me, you know. Like I said, they're Nazi bastards anyways, so that's just part of what was on the vehicle. But let's take a look at this. Are we missing any little? And then we're gonna give this a light dusting, and I do mean light. Again, of the light color to kind of fill in any of these areas that this little wash went. It wasn't supposed to. I know, it's real anal retentive, but you know what? When I'm done with it, I'm happy with it, and I feel like I've done the best I could have done with it. Which is ultimately what keeps me going into making something else. I'm glad some people are finally showing up. I didn't realize that it's a work day for the rest of the world. I don't look at things through the eyes of the rest of you folks, but here in the United States, and there's people in the U.S. that work on these days, but it's like a 4-day weekend for me. And I'm almost ready to go to work. And the weekend's half done, so. I'm ready to go to work. You know why? Because I don't have anything to clean up. Like the whole plant was shut down. If there was people still doing their stuff and I took 4 days off, yeah, I wouldn't want to go back to work, clean up that somebody else's mess. Clean up a mess while new shit is happening. Well, I've never been to Spain, but I sure like the music. That'll go por styrofoam, I think. How do you know Spanish better than... So 1588 did do an impression on you. Okay, I like currarme los... See, I don't know what currarme means. The scenarios and give them reliefs and tall rivers, etc. Houses of the 20th century are like the actual ones. Never been to Spain, but I sure like the music. Three Dog Night referenced that. See, I don't hear well, so I don't usually hear lyrics. So I've never heard that in a song. I'm sure I've heard that song. There's no doubt about it. But all right, gang, got to go help your daughter get up and off to the gym. Come back on when I'm done if I'm still here. Well, we'll try to stay on here as long as we can. Generally, began copying scenarios of historical photography and actually try to copy scenarios of video games. Google Translate. I use Google Translate for my Russian motivational posters for tanks. No, for the logos on them. Javier, ¿tú vives en España? I'm going to say that yes, probably so. And every Spanish country is different. I go to Puerto Rico and they'll say things in Puerto Rico I've never heard before. You know, they call animals different things, they call food things different things, you know. Actually, and then you've got the new generation that calls everything something totally different, even in English. Soy Canario, okay. Canary Islands. Yeah, I think when we're scheduled to go to Spain in January, my daughter's going to study abroad for 6 months, 4 months, whatever it is, in Sevilla. That's one of those things that bugs me. Like, I can't call, what's that name of the city? She going to Seville? No, it's fucking Sevilla, dumbass. You know? I don't know. That name is significantly different. That name is significantly different. Sevilla and Seville are two different words. I think probably the one that's probably the most different is Livorno and Leghorn. Like, they start with an L. That's it. You know, Leghorn. Ridiculous. Actually, the one that pisses me off is when you call our Spanish hero, when you guys call him Gonzalo. What the fuck's wrong with you? Modern solutions for modern problems. Okay, oh man, what's his name? I can't remember. Oh shit. I haven't been dreaming about him, so I can't remember what his name is. I love a lot of his comedy. He's really, really funny. Chappelle. Okay, Dave Chappelle. Clayton Bigsby. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Clayton Bigsby. Okay, we're good there. We're good there. Those we need to turn into a light color rivet, because what I saw, at least in the artwork, was that these arms of service markings that went over a rivet, at least in that particular artistic work, the rivet still had the original color. It wasn't like it was a rivet that was of the green or red or something like that. It was still the original color. And I like how that looked. It seemed believable. He wrote that, and I heard Dave Chappelle's voice. Okay, Google Translate. Okay, let's see what we got here. Even though we haven't created the game Guanches. Oh my God, you're really throwing me stuff I've never heard before. Guanches apedradas, con los cascos plateados de las playas, ni siquiera sabríamos hacer una figura con ropas de cabra frente a tercios españoles. I remember Red Fox was drinking from one of those titty mugs at a stand-up show, and he said it was modern things from modern living. I actually have one of those mugs. Should probably go back and watch that shit with my daughter. Somebody of my daughter's generation, it'd blow their fucking mind. Simpler times when people could just make fun of everything and just get along. Or, people that get offended because you're not offended. People that get offended on stuff on your behalf. Like, look, the people that are in it aren't even offended. Why are you getting offended for them? Like, go create a problem. People's life is too easy when they're worried about stuff that isn't even an issue. So I got to talking to somebody last night, and he suggested I should try multi-streaming. In other words, put this channel on other platforms. And I'm like, sure, why not? But then I've gotta buy a subscription service to this thing, this Streamlabs. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't need to spend $30 a month or something for this Streamlabs thing. Because on top of that, it might cause me some frustration. Because these electronic things aren't just like, oh, okay, just press and click and you're done, right? There's always things that you got to tinker and... Hell, I can't even figure out how to turn the freaking... When the picture gets reversed, I don't know how to change it on this video. I mean, I know how to change it on a camera, but it's not the same. Like, I'm not willing to do things with this hobby that's going to cause frustration. This hobby is to avoid frustration. Not to create more of it. Did I ever receive the money that person super chatted you on here before? Well, supposedly. So let's say you super chatted and gave me... Let me tell you a little bit about the monetization about YouTube. And there's no reason why you would know this unless you've done it before. First of all, it's a pain in the ass to get it rolling. And then they pay you a pittance, which is fine. I just don't want this to cost me money. You know, and if I make money, which I really don't, but if I do, you still have to claim it on your taxes, and you know, which is better than not making it to begin with. But it allows you to, like, you know, buy some tanks that you do an unboxing for and you feel better about it. Like, you know, you can put stuff into the hobby. Regardless, once you get, they don't pay you until you got $100 worth. So if you're making, I don't know, $2 a day, they're not going to pay you for like 3 months, and then they'll put it in there. But when somebody super chats and says, I'm going to give Tony $10 because he's, you know, I like his show or whatever, which, you know, nobody has to do that. If you want to give me shit, like, send me stuff. Okay? I don't want anybody to send me anything. Just freaking show up and we'll do what we're doing here, right? But if you super chat me $10, by the time I get it, it's like $5. Because Google takes their cut and they cut this, and, you know, and I don't get it for 3 months, you know. So, you know, if you want to give me money, yeah, there was some lady that came on here. I like your chat, and she just threw a grenade at $10 or something, or $5 or whatever it was, and I really appreciated that. But she disappeared. Maybe she didn't like. I don't know. Maybe I have a misogynistic site. I don't know. That's one of those words that everybody's like, you're just so misogynistic. I'm like, okay. Yes, I really dislike women. That's why I married one. I don't know, but that's how that works. So, you know, you're drinking real eggnog with real whiskey. I might be buzzed by the end of this. I had whiskey last night and didn't have a buzz. Was it the Russian lady? I don't know that she was Russian. The only Russian ladies that involve money usually want the money to see what they're doing, but that's a different thing altogether. Hacer los daños o de teoría de trabajar el triple con el modelo de fabricación, ¿verdad? Pero quedan bien realistas para atrinchear infantería en posiciones avanzadas defensivas. Okay, making things damaged or deteriorated is triple the amount of work with the model of building it. But they look very realistic for getting the infantry stuck in position in advanced defensive positions. You're lightweight when it comes to alcohol. I dishonor my Irish heritage. That's good. That's better than being an alcoholic. Like, I don't understand how alcoholism works. It's not in my heritage. I mean, I like to drink. I behave a lot better when I drink, but it makes me sleepy. Unless I have whiskey. Whiskey, for some reason, doesn't make me sleepy, but it's because, well, it depends on how much sugar's in it. So we had some whiskey, bourbon, which is a whiskey, called Angel's Envy. And I'm a proud non-cooker, but I am a drink mixer. But I'm pretty much put myself out of work because as I've gotten older, I don't like drinks that are, I just prefer to drink the alcohol over ice or neat, either way. And I feel great the next day. And I'm not talking about, you know, you drank like, you know, a whole fifth or half of a fifth. I'm just talking about, you know, you had this much and you just feel like crap. Like, I like beer, but beer, if I have it too late in the day, I feel like crap. You know, it dehydrates me where I get a headache. That's what I mean when I feel like crap. Like, I got this headache going all day long that you can't cure. But I've never been one that plays games and drinks because it's just not an activity that I need to drink over. But since we have been doing, you know, eating and celebrating type of stuff, yeah, I've been having about a drink a day. So wine makes me silly. Yeah, wine makes me, the tannins kill me. Whiskey makes me relaxed, and anything else makes me sleepy. Vodka, for some reason, makes me real pissy and belligerent. I don't think there's anything I drink that has turned me angry. If I was, I just wouldn't have that. I've bought. Let's see here. Do the direct translation. I've bought esterillas de filtro. Esterillas. I don't know what the hell esterillas is. Para hacer los efectos de fuego, pero no veas experimente el cráneo para lanzarme a la 172nd. Oh. Well, I made those. I made my flames and stuff. Which, if we do the desert, I got lots of this extra material that I'm probably going to spray paint some of it and use it for dust clouds. I got lots of this shit. Lots of this stuff. Lots. Like loads. Unbelievable. This stuff is too cheap. This is like $3.57. Yet it's made in the US. So you can make cheap shit here. So just make it. Yeah, this, I'm probably going to take this in bundles and probably airbrush it like some dusty color and put it behind like a bunch of honeys that are hauling ass down the desert. But I'll have to play when there's no ceiling fan going. Otherwise it'll go everywhere. Yeah, I got lots of that stuff left over from these. You guys have seen this before. Yeah, so just do stuff like this, where you have this was just black on top of that white. Same thing with like a sandy type color. I think it'll look pretty good. It'll look like those cool games they have in Britain and nobody in the United States has them. They're just too lazy to make stuff that looks good. Yeah, I've got like 7 or 8 of them. That's my whole goal in doing this, is I'm bitter about you fuckers in the UK that have these beautiful looking games and magazines that I don't get to play in. Like there's this one guy that does this, and I don't know who it is, and I don't want to I don't want to give you the wrong impression, but he does these great scenarios, and then he plays this game that's uber basic. It would be like, doing these beautiful models, and okay, we're gonna use these these figures to play Axis and Allies. Like, the fuck, man? Like, play something that has like detail, like that gives you, these guys are different. If I'm putting this kind of effort into something, like it needs to have some weight, some reason. You're learning something, So these guys in these wargaming magazines in the UK are just absolutely gorgeous, uber talented people in England. And that's the stuff, I look at it, I'm like, it just makes you salivate. It makes your brain salivate. Could put a little ball bearing or weight into it. Well, I don't want to commit to them being a certain size, I think it's just going to be loose stuff, and it'll be fine, It'll just be behind the honeys. You just see freaking 9 honeys just freaking tear down the desert. Just honeys, crusaders, anything, really, anything kicking up that kind of dirt. So, dirt, dust. My friend put some cheap lure weights on his smoked templates. Yeah, so I saw him like, I want to do that. So I bought a hot glue gun, which I've used for other things. I'm glad I got it. And, it was relatively inexpensive, and I got lots of leftover stuff, so. And I could make more. I just need a reason to make more, Okay, so. Did we get all the rivets? No. I'm missing like 3 here. And then we can move on to other drippings. Which I don't do a whole lot on. It's just to give a little bit of a personality to this thing. When you do the headlight, let's go ahead and do the headlight. Headlight magic. Yep. We need black and white, and that's it. But these guys make this beautiful thing, and then they go and they play something that I consider super basic. Like if you're going to go through all the markings of all these different vehicles and stuff like that, you know, if you're going to make all these, then have them behave differently. I'm like, oh, they're all cruiser tanks. They all behave the same in this game. I'm like, fuck you. You know, I'm going to just spray paint them then. You know, like I'll play something else. You know, maybe it's not important to them, but it is to me. I have plain Flames of War. That's a long barreled 3. Okay, I mean, is it a J? I mean, is it a J, an L, an M? What is it? Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you. It matters to me. Why paint them different then? It's the kind of stuff that makes your brain salivate. Okay, so we got a headlamp there. We got one on the turret up here. Okay. Lighten this up a little bit more. Just a little half moon on the bottom. Lighten it a little bit more. Yeah, just using a wet palette, it just gets in the fucking way. It just takes up too much space. Damn it, there's another headlamp there. Sons of bitches. Alright, we'll get that in a second. We already got this color mixed up. Bloody headlamp. And we haven't given this thing a name yet, and I'm be damned if this thing is going into battle without a name. Maybe we'll put that off a little bit. I want to read more about these specifically to find out which company I'm going to do. Although the Crusaders are probably going to be the C company. So I don't want to use C names on these as well, even though it's a different unit that we're going to paint them as. That's the anal retentive shit I like to get into. It just gives them personality. I was really tempted to take some of my gray German vehicles and turn them African core, but I don't think I'm going to do that. All right, let's go. Let's bring this up just a wee tad. Yes, you fuckers are rubbing off on me. Oh, a wee this and a wee that. A lot of pissing around. now, let's not get in the habit of rinsing that in there. Let's get the real fine one. And a dot of white at the top middle. A dot, kind of a little dot line, something like that. And that looks good to me. And I can make it pretty consistent. And since we have 3, and yes, this thing's going to have an antenna with banners on it, of course. Pfft. Why do a British tank in the desert if you're not going to put banners on the bloody thing? See if we can get all 3 headlamps in the same photo. One in the front, one in the fender, one by the turret. Bam, bam, bam. Now, let's do the pale sand before we go and do the rustified stuff. Because there's some of these that the rivets aren't popping as much as they could. Okay, and I don't want to mess this up. It distracts me. So let me put. Don't I have another one? Maybe not. Maybe I'll still do it over here. I want something that's. Let's look through. Let's look through here and see if we can get something that is. I think this one will do. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm gonna tell you, you fuckers in Britain, when I see something that I love, I don't go, I'm never gonna be able to do that. I'm like, fuck this. We're dialing this shit up to 17. That's what I do, and that's good. And I hope I'm doing that with you guys as well. If it's not, it's okay. But I'm just like, that's what gets me excited about this hobby. I see something that's like, man, it's just a bullshit trick, right? The only thing about this thing, I see people that I like their stuff better than mine. And you know what their thing is? It takes them even longer than me. So you can't dip your way out of stuff like this. You can't just be like, oh, I'll just dip everything in. And it's fine if that's what you want, but it's not going to give me the results that I'm looking for. Let's put this here. And we got to be really careful with this, or I end up creating more work for myself. And I don't mean that in a good way. Okay, let's do this. Let's get most of this off. Okay, and then we're going to go over here, a flat surface. Okay. Yeah, baby. That's how it's done. I love these British tanks for the dev. They're just freaking gorgeous. I don't care if they break down a lot. The German ship broke down all the time too. Yeah, and we actually haven't gone over the red of anything, so with this colors, which we need to do that anyways. Everything that has super amount of detail takes lots of different steps. It's not like, okay, just dip it in the tank and you're done, you know? It's funny how much dry brushing I do now, and I didn't do any of it in DBA armies. Well, I used to do it before also. It just the DBA stuff just doesn't have a need for that for the most part. This paint is borderline kaput. It's a color I haven't used much at all, and it's a color that I bought probably when it had been sitting on the shelf a long time when I mail ordered it. Got a couple people that were like commenting on my stuff, like, "Hey, where's the blue on your counter scheme?" Like, there's no blue. Well, how come? Figure it out. I thought there was blue too, and then even stuff in museums was done the wrong color. And you want to paint it blue? That's fine. It looks good blue. It's just inaccurate. You know. I'm not working on my bar. I don't need to argue with people. You want to do things a different way? Do them a different way. I don't give a shit. You know. Live and let live. And you guys are posting a lot of stuff. I can't. I'll be right with you. We got some Jerry's coming to a party. We need to be ready. Now it's all Marcus's fault. I would have gone to the Africa Corps a lot. I would have done Africa a little bit later. And it's not a regret, it's probably a good thing. It's really the groundwork on the figures that really sells it for me. It's just something different. This doesn't need chipping. It's just, it's not like it's not weathered. It's just not weathered in that way. It's still chipped. It's just the color that's chipped underneath is light, not dark. All right. I think we're okay with that. Now to do the other colored drippings. All right, let's see what the hell we put on here. Oh my gosh. Tony, just lead the American Revolution on beautiful tabletop. Beat the Brits at their own game. No, well, good for them, They must not have anything to do. It takes them a lot. You know what the difference is? It takes the Brits a lot less time to brush their teeth. Es la marca de modelo, el detalle es mejor que Hasegawa, son bolt action, ¿verdad? Que son esas pañas te cuestan un hígado. Okay. The sign, the mark of the mold, the detail is better than Hasegawa. The bolt action is better. In Spain, they cost you a kidney. They're very expensive because here they sell more RTS models. That want to sell you one in the same box and they're cheap, or Italy, which they bring from Italy, but the quality of the plastic isn't the same. I don't really like the Italy plastic. The sidecar, the motorcycle sidecars are good. Which, by the way, that's going to be towards the front end of the Africa Corps. It won't be the first figures I do, but they'll come pretty soon. Germany Revel. Yeah, comes with Italy, but the Canary Islands. The more normal thing is Hasegawa. The Chinese bring. Because the Japanese don't bring their own shit, huh? Somos muy de fundir sobrantes con el aceite. Quedamos colocados. Yeah. You like the tooth thing, huh? Well, hey, I don't make this stuff up. We're Nazis about our teeth here in the United States. And I mean that in a good way. So sometimes you could be a good Nazi. Yeah, but you can't wear the crooked spider. If you got the crooked spider on an armband, you're not a good. There's no good in that. Like super Nazis. Okay, we got strong tone. We're going to use some of that. Light tone. This mid brown isn't very useful. It's quite red. Let's get some of these dripping colors out here. And we're not going to do a lot of this, but let's just lay them out here. Strong tone. We're Nazis about a lot of things here, yeah. Hopefully in a good way. For some reason, this one is really thick. Almost like congealed blood. Anywho, let's make sure we don't have any shit on our hands. We got shit all over them. This one's just congealed, but it's not a big deal because just add a little bit of water and that thins out nicely. I've mixed the hell out of it. I couldn't get any to come out of that pot. It looks like a bottle, but you call it a pot. Anywhere there's like a hinge, hinges love to rust. Go look at something that you have rusty around the house. It's almost always a hinge, right? Because there'll be some paint on whatever it is, but the part where the interwoven hinges, say this is a hinge, in the side, that's where the bare metal is going to go. That's where the water is going to stay in. Hinges love to rust. Okay, and occasionally there'll be some of these rivets also that. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Otherwise, it just looks like, this thing's been out in the field and forever. So that's good there. Sometimes put, a couple little spots here, even though we don't chip them. I actually don't know. I don't know if I'm going to use that middle one. And then we got some. And we're not going to use that saying that I don't like. Less is more. Less is never more. Just more can be too much. And that's up to you to decide. Oh, I see hinges. And these glazes have a little bit of a shine to them. So when you end up clear coating this, all that will disappear. Everything looks so much better when it's clear coated. And it's just kind of, you look at it, your eye, and your eye is just so freaking powerful. It's just like, oh, what's that over there? Like it's constantly doing that little things, and you're entertaining somebody's eye, including your own. Oh my God. Here in the Canary Islands, we depend a lot on the tourism, like the military ones that pass here doing maneuvers nearby. Before was almost all soldiers and dioramas that the Yankees brought. I'm no Yankee. Would you call me a Yankee? Why do you gotta be cussing? Cuando yo era crío, I'm thinking when you were a kid, there were había todo de todas partes. Okay, you had things from all over the place, and now you have to go looking between brands, the quality of the plastic, to make your job easier. One thing I struggle was giving a metallic sheen to minis. Trying to paint one of my Battletechs with a crimson metallic sheen and it cannot turn out right. Yeah, I know. I know that's hard. There's some masters out there that are able to use grays to do it. I'm not one of those people. If I'm gonna paint something metallic, I'm gonna use my metallic colors and then tone it down with using like a Nuln Oil or something like that. But I'm not doing grays. I remember on the miniatures page there was some guy that did. Yes, I assumed their gender. That's how I roll. And they uh, they had done their figures painted like in black and white, all using gray. So you'd have like World War II things. They were in color, but they looked like they were black and white. And as someone who does not watch black and white movies, I mean, I appreciate the amount of work that went in it, but it was like a waste of time. It was like polishing a turd for me. Like the whole point in doing this is so you can see what these things look like in full color. But hey, you do you. You do you, because I'm not going to do you. What? Go do yourself. God, the rust is just ever so, just barely just visible there. Now let's take some of this really dark. Well, that's very, very. It's funny. It looks like black, and it's not black. It's dark brown. Now, a couple of these fluids go in here. So we're going to put a little bit of this color in here. So this part is, I think, really enjoyable. I really enjoy doing this, putting the drippings in. And like I said, you spend this amount of effort on this vehicle, it becomes basically free. I don't care what this costs. It's basically like it doesn't cost anything, considering the amount of enjoyment that you're doing to it. It's like what going and ordering a bunch of other stuff that I don't really need to. I still have to paint these. I'm not going to rush these and do a crappier job because I've got a bigger backlog. I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break here because need to send my daughter off. She's catching a ride to go down to Tampa. So we're going to take a little. I'll be right back in a little moment. Okay, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming. All right. I don't know what it is about the ceiling. The ceiling makes a huge difference. There's all kinds of subtleties of the color that are shines and stuff like that run interference with it. And when you put that flat coat on it, the matte coat, it just evens everything out. You could hardly tell this. There's just something satisfying about doing it. You could tell the difference if you really, really look. And I'm looking at this from with a +5 lens, +6 lens, so to speak. Now this is all rusted to shit. So if any of this stuff drips at all, you know, and all these little streaks have a tiny little bit of shine to them. So I just don't think this needs chipping. I mean, it's been weathered. I don't like how the way the chipping looks. You know, if it's been through a sandstorm, you know. And I really don't like is when, you know, if you're gonna do chipping, it needs to be the underlayer that you're showing off, not like add a dry brush of like the color from underneath, because otherwise it's counterintuitive. I don't think I can deal with that. All right, we don't have any of this rustification. On the turret, or not much of it. I didn't want to go crazy with these markers. I didn't want even more red and white things. Like, you know, the camouflage has to work to some degree. Otherwise, you know, why even bother putting it on there? So these are like some of my first attempts of desert vehicles. I haven't really done any, and they turned out really well. I'm really happy with it. They have the look I wanted them to have. So when we do snow, it's gonna be the same thing. I've never done snow vehicles, but there's, you know, just because I haven't done it before, I have a clue, and there's lots of examples of people doing like stuff on the internet. I might not necessarily agree with how they do things, but at least it's an example of how things turn out based on the methods that they're using. So some of these people might actually show you how you don't want to do things. Hell, I may be one of them. That's fine. You're not my hero either. Hey, take what I do and improve upon it. All right, what do we got here? So you understand me how comparing a dinky car of lead welded to a Hot Wheels of today. They're not the same. With a dinky, you could break somebody's head open with how much it weighs. Yeah, the dinky things are. Yeah. Johnny Lightning began in England. They did? I thought it was an American brand. Their originals. In Las Vegas, they make cars of all kind, even lowriders, tuners, to lowriders, tuners to expose or play that the kids no son los mayores de toda la vida que te venden en gasolinera. Yeah, they're not the Johnny Lightning vehicles are expensive, like $7 a piece or something like that. Got rubber tires. I got a bunch of those vehicles for Gaslands that I'm probably never going to get around to. If I do Gaslands, I don't do this. So, and I want to learn about history, not about some fictitious bullshit that happens on Mars, supposedly. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with this as it sits. And this is going to go out to we're going to go seal this joker today. Now, we do need to put an antenna on it. And yes, I meant to say it that way. Man, there's a lot of kickback on this light. We're gonna have to auto correct that. It washes out all the color basically. But we still don't have a name for it. Probably put the name here on that flat part right there. Maybe. TTFN on that one. So when we go to seal that, we're going to go ahead and base color this little guy, or prime it. So at this point, probably need to do the Morris at the same time. So let's go work on the Morris. Morris! Let's get the old Morris out here. Let's see if we can screw this thing up, since they didn't give me any instructions. I don't need instructions. I'm a big boy. So here's the trailer that goes on it. And the 25-pounder. I'm not going to glue the base on it. We're going to paint this separate, so if we do need to haul this thing off, we can definitely do that. This just doesn't fit. This just doesn't fit, and I don't want both of them to have this roof that's completely solid like that. So I'm going to start destroying this thing. What are you talking about? Just you wait. This isn't my first rodeo. Strap yourself in. All right. We're going to need that. Do both roofs have the same thing? Yes, they do. Okay. I don't know, for whatever reason, this one has these little pegs here, so we're going to remove these pegs. And their plastic slices really easily. Regardless of what I do, it has to have this piece taking off because it's visible in the side view, and it isn't on the other one. Likewise, another thing that's visible on here is this little thing. Ooh, I gotta be careful. I could flex that and break it. Yeah, they're plastic. When it starts to flex, you can see it turn white. The color disappears from it. We'll take this one step at a time because there's no going back. Okay, so now we're going to see how this fits. Okay, so you still have the problem here, but at least you don't have this roof that's in different pieces. So what we're going to do is, since this fits correctly, like completely flush, it is this support underneath this X that's the issue. So let's go ahead and remove that. This little flange on the side. One second. The side of this is similar to this one. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, and then it should be able to fit as well. And we still have another issue, but that at least solves one of the issues. Sure enough. Okay, so now this thing fits completely perfectly. However, and I wish you could leave it open like this, you have an open top, right? But there's nothing to look at inside. So that's a problem. So it comes with this little thing that you put on here. However, it doesn't fit on here because of these things being in the way. So as much as I would like for this to be open like this, because it's really attractive, you need to put this little tarp on here, and it won't fit on here because you've got these two flanges. So I can do one of two things. I can either take these flanges off and then hope to God that it fits on here, and it won't, because these X supports are a little higher than the roof, and the bottom of this is completely flat. So it's not going to fit in there. Even though these things are molded like it's sitting up, because it's not molded the same way underneath, that's not going to work. So I need to take that X off. And that's going to be really difficult to do. That's going to be really difficult to do and not scuff anything else up. It can be done, but it's going to be a lot of extra work. This flange, when it sits on here, and this is really strange because it fits on here perfectly without it. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cut this center portion off and make this multiple pieces. Okay? So I'm actually going to use my Tamiya cutters. And I'm going to get close. Okay, we're just going to cut like that. And we're going to cut like that. And then we're going to cut here. And we're going to cut here. All right, now we've got these little portions. That'll fit like this. And the other part, obviously, we'll clean up the edges. This one will fit like this. And then this piece will fit through the middle. Okay, but we need a place for this to sit on here, so we're going to go ahead and clean this up. So it's almost like they were going to give people an option for the roof. They made the mold for it, and then they ran into an issue. And then they didn't change the mold. I don't know. I don't know what the rationale is behind it. I still like their products. It's just kind of weird. And I'm a pretty experienced modeler, so people that are new at this are like probably scratching their head. I would have, if I was like 12 or something like that, I would have built this thing wrong. Okay, now, when we have this portion at the front, and this portion in the middle, does it fit smooth? Yes, so that's what it should look like. That's what it should look like, and these extra pieces are there for who knows what reason. Now, I don't like the idea that you have to put figures inside there. You have to bury them alive. I really don't like that. And I don't like it because, I don't want to be specifically there's guys sitting there driving. I'd rather there's people driving but you don't see them than people see them but they're not there. So this actually might be too big of a pain in the ass to cover up the windows. But I would like to cover up the windows. And then you don't have to worry about whether there's someone in there or not. Well, there's no one in there. Well, I can see them. You got to do that stuff. Okay. Had to send my daughter off. She'll be back in a week and a half. Okay. So, I think the plan is going to be, I don't have to make any decisions on this. And just yet. But I don't think I'm going to use these drivers. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I really don't know what but I'm going to remove the drivers when we go to spray paint this. We're going to, we're not going to be able to glue this stuff in place. Because if I do put the drivers in there, I need to be able to get into there and not be punished for doing so. But this is basically complete. This unit is complete. I need to get things to the point where they're ready to spray paint, to base coat. And there's no point in firing everything up, doing the Morris and the 40 mil, and not do this. So might as well do this one as well. All right, so I'm going to, I should have a little box here. We'll use the box that the Airfix gun tractor came in. Okay, this is good. This one is good to go. And I'll put the Morris in here as well with the Bofors. That'll be the roof for the other one. So let's build the other 25 pounder and Morris tractor, and we'll have all that stuff ready to be primed. All right. Let's move these dripping colors out of here. I didn't realize how and I've used it quite a bit. I've used the strong tone more than any of the other ones, which is a really, really, really dark brown. When you put it next to the rust colors, it looks like black. But there's a different black one. The black one's actually called dark tone, which is the known oil replacement. The known oil equivalent. So, this is the 25 pounder. This is the little truck, gun crews. These are extras not used. Oh, I guess we need to glue a little tire on top of the. Yeah, we need to glue a little tire on top of that guy. Now the other one to be different, I'm going to make the solid top on it. Just to make them different, give them some personality. No point in making no point in not giving them variety. Instead of cutting this in little pieces, I just decided to use the whole piece. It's more to hold on to. So British tank wise, what we have is we've got this one that, I say I'm going to redo. I mean, I may actually not redo the paint. I mean, it's the right color paint. It's that light tone. But I didn't do any black lining on it, so I'll probably come in and do the black wash on it. Not too worried about it. It's usable. It's not like it looks bad. It's just not, it doesn't look like I'd want it to look like now. All right. What did I do with that thing? I moved it way the hell over there. Why did I do that? Why did I make things difficult for myself? sits back here. Oh, lots of water. So I believe the part that sticks out the farthest is the center. That's where it's going to grab on. Okay. We'll let that dry in place. All right. This is the one we've already removed. Got it. Gun crew, gun crew. Let's cut this little piggy out. That's what these things look like to me, little pigs. I mean that in a cute way. We already have one roof pulled out, so here's the bottom of the chassis. And the front of the pig. And the back of the pig. Okay, now we can clean up and glue this thing together. Why this floor of this room ends up getting littered with a bunch of little pieces of plastic is because of this. All the little leftovers. Nothing the vacuum can't take care of. I actually did manage to go to one store yesterday for Black Friday stuff. I don't know that I saved any money. It was just a principle, like I wasn't going to order this until Black Friday. But we had a TV that went out about 8 months ago. We had it for like 8 years, and it decided to go out on this house. Like, well, I'm going to go get one on Black Friday. And I thought I was going to walk out of the store without it. Well, I actually did walk out of the store without it, but because they're having it delivered. But there was just a lack of help, and I don't think they were that busy. do need to find out one thing, what time they open. So hold on a second. I need to see if I can call them and make an eye doctor appointment. I'm just not motivated to spend money. Let's see. What's the name of the... Let's just go on the map and find where it is on the map and then click on it. A lot of these places have like the same damn type name. It is... Opens at 9. Okay, well I need to call them at 9. So I'm going to take a little break at 9. And we'll give them a holler. I don't think I'm going to get in there today, but... Which is fine. It's sometime during the week. That one's already been cleaned up. Okay. So... I kind of hope they don't have an appointment today because I don't really want to go in town and fight a bunch of people in traffic. Well, don't call today, then you won't get an appointment today. I got a cop that lives next door. Recently moved in. They work the weirdest friggin' hours, man. They work like Mitch hours. And you can tell when he's working because his sheriff vehicle's not there. Damn Mitch hours. Off on Mondays and stuff. Working today. You're like, I ain't working on Saturday. That was last weekend. I worked the first Saturday in, I don't know, a long time. It's not like I get a different day off. So with this A13, I've got all my 3D printed vehicles done. Oh, I still have to put an antenna on there. Damn it. I'd forgotten. Well, I could do it afterwards. I could do after it's sealed. Got all the 3D printed vehicles done, except one. That's the M10 tank destroyer. And the reason it's not done is I've been hemming and hawing about buying the extra stuff, the roughage that goes on it. And I just haven't felt like buying it. So I'll probably wait to do it until I have another couple of them to do. Besides, it's not North Africa. It's just going to pull me in a different direction. I mean, I could make it for North Africa, Tunisia, but that's not North Africa. That's Tunisia. It's kind of unfortunate that they put a connection point where they did on this. You gotta reduce the thickness of this, otherwise it won't fit together correctly. And then test fit. It's close. It's funny, I didn't mind working on Saturdays when I worked somewhere fun. But then if I didn't work Saturdays, then that was one of the major days I didn't get paid. But that's the garbage truck. Sounds like something from science fiction. I don't take the garbage out the day before. That's a good way to have some animal knock it out all down. You have a cleanup to do before a work day. Now, it wasn't a work day for me because normally our garbage day is Thursday. Wait, Friday. Friday's our normal garbage day. It was delayed one day because of the Thursday. So I wonder if there's like a temp crew that does that. Like, hey, you get Thanksgiving off. Cool. Man, now you gotta work on Saturday. Motherfucker, you know. You have a day off where everything's closed. Now you gotta work on a day things are open. Has anybody made DVA videos since I stopped making them? It was like, I know one guy was like advertising, he was like doing like stopgap stuff, but that's just like take photos and like, I mean like live videos. Nobody's man enough to make live DVA videos, other than me. I haven't checked it. I won't be making another one, I can tell you that much. Nobody believe, yeah, you'll still play DVA. Nope. Nope, you're used to dealing with people that don't hold themselves up to their word. Too many wishy-washy salesy people. I mean, they're easy to make. I did them. Stupid person like me was able to do them. My talent's not making videos. My talent's doing this. Or really painting. I'm a much better painter than I am model builder. I don't build models bad. I'm just saying that, you know, my painting blows my model building skill away. There's some things that I think are just too much trouble building models. Like, I don't want to be like, hey, let's figure it out if all the rivets are in the right place. If not, add them. Like, no, I ain't got time for that. I'm not interested in that portion of it. All right, so we don't have a foul up. It wouldn't be a major one, but it'd be something to fix. Let's get the instructions out. All right, and it's wanting me to put the wheels first. All right, so let's see if they go in without glue. Wow, that was really loose. Okay, now they're in place. Now we'll put some of this little drippings in there. All right, what are we doing next after that? Put the fenderage on here. All right, the glue points on the fenderage is okay. Where's next? Put the two sides on. I'm surprised somebody hasn't. Maybe they do in England, but I'm surprised somebody's not driving around one of these things. Like, having a decent SUV. Maybe it's probably loud as shit. Probably geared really, really low. You know, you probably switch like 6 gears just to get up to 20 miles an hour. Seems like it'd have a lot of torque. Doesn't have a lot of horsepower. But aesthetically, it's a cute vehicle. And cute doesn't win wars, but cute does make you want to build another one of them. It's a really attractive vehicle as far as I'm concerned. Oh, let's take this extra flash off. Okay, this fits inside of this, I think. Wah! Whee! I do all my own stunts, and so does my vehicle. Okay, that sits on the inside of this. Okay. So we can go ahead and put some there. Put some right there. I don't know exactly how many people fit in here, but it's got to be the gun crew, so I suspect there's a bench seat there that holds 3 people. 3 people across. A driver and a co-driver, that's 5. That's all you're going to get in there unless they're really, really comfortable. Mr. Ben, lad I gained with, Bob French. Ooh, you can make fun of his ass all day long. Fan of the French, eh? It's just my last name. Had some old World War II era vehicles. He drives to living history demonstrations. He also has a portable pillbox on the back of a flatbed outside of his house. Never know when you're going to need one of them. Well, what good is a pillbox in England? You guys aren't allowed to have firearms. Right? I mean, what good is, oh, the end of the world is coming, I'm going to build a pillbox. Well, the whole point of the pillbox is to have something to shoot out of it. Nerf gun? Excuse me while I wait out the zombie apocalypse inside this thing. Bob French. Oh, I bet they have fun with him. You know, if you knew your last name was French, you know, and you had a kid, you could come up with some really good names, like Norman French. It's Norman. Is Norman here? Norman who? Norman French? Oh, he's a major Francophile, okay? He's even in an Osprey, showing off a World War I or World War II era French uniform. Really? What's a Francophile? Like, I don't dislike anybody. You know, like, I don't dislike the French. As long as they don't smell bad. I know, some people would say, well, then they're not really French. I don't have anything against anybody from, there's sorry people everywhere. And everybody's government sucks. By my definition, everybody has shitty government. I don't have anything against the French. You know, one of these days I'm gonna do French 1940. Their vehicles are freaking cool. They're not any good in many ways, but that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. German stuff's a piece of crap too. That time period. Francophile. Francophile sounds like somebody from Paris likes to touch children. wonder how people would categorize me. I don't know that I'm an anything file. I do get excited when something's made in some country that things aren't normally made in. And it could be France, it could be Britain. If I ever encounter something made in Britain, which is rare. This, I can't believe a stapler. This is made in Sweden. Like, what the hell? Like, cool, Designed and manufactured by Iserberg AB Hestra, Sweden. Sweden. I'm not pro-French, but I'm not anti-French. I know some people that are anti-French. No, it's not Mitch. It really isn't. He's big on Napoleonics. I just never had an opportunity to play many French things because, as being a World War II gamer, unless you're doing France 1940, had a French fleet, beautiful ships. He's a Francophile living in England, huh? So he's an island French person that was pro-mainland French. Okay, and then the roof, we got to do the same thing with this thing. We got to set this thing off to the side and not glue it on yet. But we are going to glue this spare wheel here. He had a house in France where one wall was part of a castle's curtain wall. Huh. Saw somebody made a post somewhere, it might have been on World History shit posting, that has some amusing things on there. Beep beep. Cute thing. Adorable. Adorbs. We need to put the two dudes on a date. Is that a French thing? Two dudes on a date? Okay, we gotta do a little limber. I want to see somebody take a shot, it hit the limber, and it get a critical hit on it. Boom! Boom! See ya! Boomba! Francophile. Likes to touch little French children. That's what the file means, man. You see file, and that's like, boop. That's what it goes towards. All right. This is the top one, so it's this carriage. And this gun here. And obviously the wishbone. And the two pieces next to the wishbone. Bob French. Do you always rush to play the French? You ever game with people that are like, I'm not playing those guys, I'm playing these guys. Like they have a problem like playing any side. Like I'll play any side, I don't care. I can't play those guys. You know. I don't think that would be really common, but what do I know? And we need 2 wheels. Yeah, we're not going to fool the pheasant. Cast other wheels just to get a pheasant. Like, I'm not going to do Tunisia anytime soon. And besides, a 6-pounder can take out a tiger anyways. You don't need a 17-pounder to really do them in. No, I never encountered anyone like that. Yeah, it makes sense to want to play both sides, you know? I'll play anybody, even if they're the bad guys. Just look at the bright side. Let's say you hate communists like me. Run them into the fucking ground, right? March them into a fire lane. Actually, I like playing Russians a lot. Take all the big stuff off with this. No way when we go prime this thing today, we can prime all of them. We can prime this and the other thing. And I think I'm going to consider, well, I've been considering it. I think I'm going to look and see start the balls moving on ordering some Africa Corps vehicles. It'd take a month to get here, so. Man, that thing looks so good. I'll have to go outside and take some photos of it. It's really a beautiful. The stripes help. The stripes help a lot. Stripes are really impractical, but they help a lot. And the counter is just beautiful. Now, color-wise, I think we're going to do the Beauforts in Portland stone, and the Morris, and the Morris little truck that comes with the Beauforts. These will be in light stone. So these are going to be the yellower one. They're going to be a color like this. I think. You never encountered anybody that was Irish and wouldn't play the British or something like that? Good. I think that's stupid. Although, of all the DBA armies, the one I miss playing the most is the Irish. Good old O'Doggo. Which is something different. But has anybody picked up the flag and started making DBA videos? I bet they haven't. They're too lazy. You got to do stuff that appeals to you. Because, there's just as many people that don't like DBA that like it. Maybe even more. You got to do World War II. Oh, I don't do 20 millimeter. I do 28. Oh, I don't like those set of rules. I play Flames of War. Oh, Flames of War is stupid. I like bolt action. Oh, bolt action's dumb. I play, rapid fire. You're just never going to make everybody happy. I'm here to do my own thing. If it works for you, cool. If it doesn't, that's fine. I think it's safe to say you're once the most prolific DBA channel. So it's not the most prolific DBA channel now, still? That's fine. I don't want to take the videos down. Hopefully it'll benefit some people. It's a great game. I'd probably still be playing if it wasn't for a couple of different things. And probably the biggest thing, there's about 3 or 4 things, but the biggest thing is that you go and do a video and some naysayer comes in and, you did that wrong, or you did this thing. And if they're correct, that's fine. But if they're incorrect, like, oh, well, I hadn't considered that. By the time you get back to it, it's already like, a bunch of lemmings have gone off the cliff. And it's not my interpretation of the rules. It's, how everybody's played it. But it's all good. We had a good run of it. 18 years. Few people can say they played a game that long. Met some great people, met some not so great people. Mostly great people. There's another DBA channel, but it's French. That don't count. I know there's someone who does DBN to the Napoleonic version, but it's more of an analysis channel than bat reps. Yeah, well, they're fun to do, If I was gaming anything, I'd be doing videos about it. There's going to be more game videos as soon as I game. I don't mind fucking making mistakes. Shit happens. Okay? My heart's in the right place. But I'm fucking human, So, shit happens. Like I said, if you don't like it, you make your own fucking videos, But man, what's wrong with the bloody tip on this thing? There's just too many interesting things that happen in the game not to have other people experience it with you. Just really ironic, super unlikely things that happen, and they happen frequently. All these set of rules have everything covered. Somehow we'll come across something that's never been encountered. We were at Historicon one year. Luke and I were just kind of putzing around, and they had this table that was they were trying to promote Heroes of Normandy. A beautiful looking game. A game that I always wanted to play until I played it. And in the first game, we encountered things that weren't included in the games. And like, oh, nobody's ever tried to do that before. How have they never tried to do something before? Like, we try to play these games hard. Not because I'm trying to outdo the other person, but just so it's, well, you are trying to outdo the other person, but... Like, don't you people play test these things? You push it to the limit. There we go. Let's see if we can cut some of the end off. Nice. Okay. Boomba in the house. I was saying yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it might have been this morning. Somebody was here yesterday and they were trying to motivate me to do stream on multiple platforms, which is okay. I don't use other platforms other than YouTube. Like, oh, you should stream on Twitch or not TikTok. Fuck TikTok. I'm not doing TikTok. I don't have it. It's questionable what they do with your information. And they have a lot of videos that just don't apply. They're I associate TikTok with videos that are like 10 seconds long. ADD attention span stuff. Like, I don't do short videos. Sorry. So why do I do TikTok? But what was the other one? Tumblr, Rumbler, something like that. I don't know. Rumble, Tumble, something. I'm like, well, okay, I don't really have a presence on any of those, but I got to get I can't use the free version of Streamlabs. I got to pay for it. I'm like, I don't want to pay $30 a month. I'm like, it's not worth it, I'm good. I'm not looking for things to frivolously buy. Like you, I used to play DBA, but it's hard to find people to play, and some who used to play it just don't care for it anymore. I would start my own bat rep channel, but I don't have the room for a proper setup. You don't have a 2x2 foot area? Yeah. Well, the guys, I think they're all still playing DBA, but I don't know. Still waiting for them to post the results of the first tournament I didn't run like 2 years ago. Still haven't posted the results of it. That's more work than making the videos. The videos, you're just hanging out, and if you get shit wrong, you get shit wrong. But the results and the awards and all that shit, it takes some effort. Let's see if I need to squeeze these together or it fits okay where this thing goes. Yeah, this is a problem in this fit. Like, this little cube is too big. Let's see if we can, let's sand this little cube down. We didn't do that on the other one. And it wasn't an issue, but I was like, I'm not going to do that on this one. Let's make the little cube smaller, see if this fits together a little bit better. Well, it does. I think we still need to make it a little smaller. Well, some people are never going to play DBA, and I get it. It's generic-ish. I wouldn't tolerate that for World War II. I mean, I'd say DBA is more generic than bolt action is for World War II. And that's saying a lot. And I would not play bolt action World War II. Hell, I wouldn't play Flames of War World War II. Not Flames of War. Well, I won't play Flames of World War II, but I meant to say rapid fire. Like, it's too generic-y. I'm not interested. It's not for me. Apparently also streaming on the Shorts tab on here helps spread the video. Yeah, but they're really short videos. I know I'm a mantlet, but still need space for a table. Well, you know, if you don't have time to play DBA, time-wise, you don't have time to do shit. Because DBA is really, really quick. But I couldn't get more than that magic. I think the record we ever got was, we may have gotten 14 players in one. May have gotten 14 players. Maybe. Okay, which way does this fit? This flat side goes towards the front. Okay, so put the business. Oh, let's make sure that we've got. Shit, I gotta call those people. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I need to make a phone call. You can stream on Shorts. The video is just narrow. Oh, that's weird. Well, maybe I'll try one. And if it sucks, it's your fault, Ben. And hey, if it's successful, it'll be your fault too. I'm not like, you're only going to get credit for things go to shit. No, you'll get credit when they go well. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Ha! That's what's great about America. I can make an appointment. It's like at the time that I want on Monday. Bam, done. Now, you got a 7 waiting, and there's things you can. There's things that you have to wait a freaking long time. Like if it's something like if you miss your dental cleaning, you're fucked. You're out another 6 months or something like that. They're just that much back up. I mean, if you want to go to your doctor, that your dentist or whatever that you normally go to, but this is like out of the blue. I haven't been there in 2 years. Bam, immediately. Actually, would have gone today if they had a date. But the lady doctor's out today. I don't blame them. They shouldn't. Shit, if I'm a doctor, I ain't working on weekends. There are better games than bolt action. Absolutely. I think you actually did it on shorts before by accident. Whoops! I actually did it in the shorts. Yay! Well, we'll try that. I can only do it in the shorts by accident. Oh, man. There's always going to be bathroom humor. Ooh, that's a wee tight. Yeah, I don't like anything medical where you're not in control. You know, this idea that, oh, they're a doctor and you got to do this to them. Like, look, I'm the customer. Everybody's the customer. If somebody sucks, fire them. You know? Not this, oh, that's who you're stuck with. I'm not stuck with anybody. You're fired. Oh, we got to grind this one down too. Happens to the best of you, yeah. Shorts, huh? Oh, that's really turning white on there. That's definitely had some friction that's happened to it. Get in there. See, I came really close on pulling the trigger on 6 Crusaders, 3 packs of S model things, but, you know, I'll get them. We gotta have some, we had some bad guys to fight these, you know. I gotta fix my Matilda issue. So, get a Matilda with a 2-pounder and an extra turret. We can convert whatchamacallit back to what the version it's supposed to be. I would say, if you do try a short stream, have it be mostly verbal, since the vid is so narrow. Maybe something like going over scenarios. Okay. Is there a limit to how long it's got to be? Maybe I could do one of those skirmish campaigns. Those things are so good. Those skirmish campaigns are so freaking good. If for nothing else than just making your brain salivate. That's going to be my new saying. You make my brain salivate. What are you talking about? It helps you think, man. I got to have my own sayings. I was just commenting to somebody. It's like, man, you should watch my stuff because I don't really like your painting. I don't like your painting videos or whatever. He's like when I go off on tangents, what they like. I said, well, I do that all the time. And I even have words of wisdom. I just couldn't remember them right now. But we're all here just basically having fun. It's all about having fun. No, a streamer on here triple streams on YouTube, Shorts, and Twitch at once, and some of those have been 6 hours long. So, what was it? Twitch? YouTube Shorts and Twitch. Yeah, to multi-stream with Streamlabs, I have to pay for it. I don't want to pay $30 a month. You know, it just doesn't make sense. So, and it's not like I'm interested in this as a revenue stream. Like, okay, I don't want it to cost me money. Like, I'd do this for free. You know, I'd do this for free. I don't know. Maybe I'll go over something that benefits somebody. Who knows? You know. I know there's this one person that I was commenting to, and I'm not gonna out who it is. So if you guess who it is, good for you. I'm not gonna tell you who it is. They might be a fine individual, but I'm like, I can't believe that this person. I've probably brought this up before. I can't believe that this person is real. They sound like a damn robot. They sound like a damn robot, and they got a lot of views. They do like, I think they mostly do unboxings and builds and stuff. And I love those kind of videos because sometimes you're like, I've bought stuff before in the 90s just to see how it comes. Like there won't be a picture of some miniature or something, and so you go and order it. Well, that kind of stuff just keeps you from doing that. You're like, whoa, thank goodness I didn't order this thing. It's a piece of crap or whatever. You know. But I don't pre-plan stuff. I don't go, okay, I don't do an outline of what I'm gonna talk about. And I probably should. I'd probably make better videos if I did, but that just constitutes work. Like I didn't do that with papers. I'm not gonna do that with this. And I always feel like I'm in a hurry to get it done. I don't know. It's weird when you're filming stuff. Sometimes it feels like, this is like 20 minutes long and it's only 3, or sometimes it's the other way around. You're like, man, I just started this video and you've been going on for 20 minutes. You're kind of in another other reality space, other part of reality. No guesses, but that's who it is. I can't believe he's a real person. I cannot believe he's a real person. I can't believe that's somebody's real voice. I can't believe that's a real person. Really dry voice, just flat. It's just flat. My voice isn't flat. I get excited about shit. That's why we're here on this earth, right? To get excited about shit. And then I couldn't figure out where the hell he's from. He's Australian, I think, but he's got an accent that is just. I guess I'm used to different. Are there different Australian accents? Just like there's a bunch of different American accents. Is it the same thing in Australia? Oh, that guy's from the walkabout land. That guy's from I don't know the Australian land. Sorry. And I also don't understand. I'm not gonna cover my hands in gloves. I'm not gonna not use my real name. Like, freaking own up, man. If you say something, be proud of what you're saying, or don't make shit up. I can't wait till one of these guys lands a hit on a pans with open sights. Just, I don't know. It just sounds exciting. Okay, now we got that little walkabout land, walkabout. You there for a walkabout? Yeah. I make fun of everybody. I don't care. It's the whole reason. It's the whole reason to play French or to play British or to play Russians or to play so you can say things not the whole fucking time. We don't want to LARP. We don't want to what's the thing that's really annoying? The method acting. We're not method acting this shit, okay? That's weird. Just, some things happen and, you need to say them in the context of somebody would have said when that happened. You know? I've always done that. And that is the whole point of painting somebody. You paint at times, oh my God, Oh, I can't believe you shot the last round. You know, that kind of shit. You know, it's just, it's fun. I'm not belittling anybody. Actually, nobody I've ever played with would ever say something like that. But I'm not used to playing with thin-skinned, these modern, strange cats that are all over the place. Walkabout land. I don't know. I wish I had more vacation time because I would love to take one year. We like go. Okay, today we're going today. This month we're going to this month. No, this year we're going to go to Norway, Sweden, Finland. This one we're going to Scotland, Ireland, the UK. I know Scotland isn't the UK, but you know what I'm talking about. Britain. Great Britain is the one I use the least. Of all the versions, I'll say England when I need one. I know what the difference is. I'm lazy mouthed. Lazy mouth. Yeah, and sometimes I say one and mean something else. I know what the difference is. Great Britain is probably the term I use the least. It's just, what's so great about Great Britain? What did the Romans ever do for us? What's so great about Great Britain? Where are you going to New England? Well, no shit. The other one is really old. Walkabout land, yeah. Right. I was going to joke that your vids have gone woke, replacing the beloved male sidekick, and now we have only ladies showing up in the background. Are there ladies in the background? There's nothing wrong with having ladies on videos. And for people to watch them, they wouldn't even have to be attractive ladies. I mean, they have to be for me to be interested in. Like, there's a lot of videos on there, and it's like, oh, you just put that video on there because there's a girl on there. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not clicking on a video if there's something less than an 8 on there. Sorry. I grew up in a college town. I'd have my wife on here if she had anything. She don't know shit about this stuff. I'm not just saying that because she's not here. She's not. She would go drop off the daughter at somebody that. But I'd probably get some pervs on here that would be perving over my daughter. Not you guys. Well, nobody that's commenting on here right now. Let's put it that way. But there's strange cats out there. And there was this guy that would come up on my Facebook reels all the time. He's some amateur comedian or whatever, and he's prostituting his daughter on his channel. I haven't seen his videos in a couple of years, so maybe he got arrested or his daughter got tired of his shit or whatever. And the daughter is, I don't know, relatively attractive, but she's cute. I mean, I have a daughter. She's like the same age as my daughter is. Like, and she was. He's not in any of the videos. She's in them to get views. I'm like, that's just wrong, man. And he's not doing anything inappropriate with his daughter, but it's like, it just doesn't sit well with me. Hold on, I need to make a call to immigration services to look out for an Anglo hater. I don't know where you're going with that, but okay. There's lots of Anglo haters in your country, and you know that. I'd do great in Britain for a whatchamacallit, for a couple weeks. I probably like your country more than most of the people in your country like your country. Let me go get a Coke. Uh-oh, we gotta go long. For reals. I'm gonna spend 2 days there. We'll see how it goes. You joking about what did we ever do? Oh. Well, the Great Britain part. Play on words. And like I've said before, people in the U.S. don't hate. Well, okay, I'm going to speak for normal people. Old school normal people. People in the U.S. don't hate Britain. We don't want Britain telling us how to fucking do shit. But that goes for every country. You know? Hell, we don't even like how we do shit. But now your royals can go stuff it. But that goes for anybody's royals. I'm sure there's people over there that like all those that royal stuff. Just like there's people over here that celebrate and idolize people with money. Like, okay, I don't. Like, you know, oh, they're rich, so, you know, I don't care. Have them sit in the back of the bus with everybody else, you know. Somebody was telling me that I should go to like, there's something called like Churchill's War Rooms or something like that. I don't know. I got very limited time. We're going to the Imperial War Museum. Watch it be closed on the day we get there. Oh, that pissed me off. They do that on purpose, just so, like, oh, you're gonna have, you just don't want me to call you out on all the paint colors wrong. Told my daughter I'm gonna whisper stuff in her ear so she can tell the curator, hey, this is wrong. Be some girl from the United States, some little girl from the United, because she's little, and little-ish. I mean, you know, if she was a dude, she'd be like a shrimp, but you know, luckily. But anyhow, she's be whispering things like calling them out on things. Oh, I think this is wrong. I think this is the other thing. They better not have a Matilda painted with a blue there. I'm gonna make a scene. Those ain't counter colors. What kind of bullshit you guys trying to pull over here? What percentage of the population in the UK like reveres the royals? 50? 40? I think it'd be pretty low. It's got to be like the amount of people in the US that are like happy with Congress. It's got to be really, really low. 20s? Okay. Yeah, what's a hit on this thing happen? HE hit on. I have one of those Panzer IVs with a short 75. Land a hit on that thing. Boomba! Where's this little piggy? This little piggy went to the market. Yep. Holds just enough to pull this thing down the road. Nice. Okay. Now, where's the little container this thing goes in? Okay, so all that is going to go to Spraylandia. My video's gone woke. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Okay. So this cute bastard. You know, we should probably finish this damn Bren gun carrier. Get on with it. Man, this thing is so heavy. This weighs like 4 times more than the A13. I gotta decide what markings to put on it though. That's a problem. And then this gun crew guy, we started on him and ran out of steam. Now we had to switch gears. Let's who's on here? 2 people? Well, we'll stay on a little bit longer. We'll stay here till the woman gets home. We'll stay on here until the woman gets home. Then we'll go spray. Yeah, we got this Bren gun. This crew needs a Bren gun. But actually, before I do that, I probably need to paint the next color up. Because I don't want to do that after he's already painted nice. So the other color is green ochre. Reminds me to order my airbrush stuff while the sales are on. Yeah, you going with that same airbrush that I have? If you do, and you plan on priming with it, make sure you get a needle for... Well, hopefully that's something that they have in a store, so you can like buy extra parts. And you don't need extra parts. I mean, unless you drop like a needle on the ground, but you can Amazon it. You know. But I've been really happy with it. It is super easy to take apart and keep clean, which is probably the most important thing. Is you have a brush that's just, you don't want to take apart, that's a pain in the butt, you never do, and then jams on you. So that's no good. Oh shit, we got paint on there. Yeah, I've been really happy with it. And it doesn't take the place of hand painting things, but it has its purpose. You don't have to worry about aerosol cans. If you were worried about getting that spray on stuff in your house, it's really a problem when you're using aerosol cans because it goes everywhere. And you waste a lot more. And it's freaking toxic. It's just some horrible stuff. Just horrible stuff. Have you been to that RAF museum that's over there near Hannants? Is it Biggin Hill or something? What? No, Biggin Hill's. I don't think anything's in London. What's that RAF museum that's over there? Is that worth going to? That'd be an excuse to go out to Hannants, but then I'll be like, I want this, I want this, I want this. Oh shit, I can't bring any of that stuff back. Uh-oh. What's this? Go away. Well, you live really far away from London. What's the name of the place that's across the street here from it? Royal Air Force Museum, London. There's a lot of people here pictured don't know shit about the Royal Air Force. Sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. I'm better off just ordering shit. As soon as I go on my trip, order it, and then I go, oh, it would be a reason to come back. I live in a neighborhood where stuff wouldn't disappear off the... I got too many nosy old people walking around like Gladys Kravitz. I think your local shop can order parts, but they don't do Black Friday sales there. Local shop. I came across a video the other morning about an armor museum that I didn't even know existed in Massachusetts. And what caught my attention, there was a girl on there. No, she's a cute girl. I don't know, 20, 21, 22, something like that. And she was like doing a walkthrough on like a Matilda or something like that. And I'm like, man, a female, she's like attractive. Like, okay, so there's one. It's not the empty set. But I didn't know there was some army museum in Massachusetts. I really haven't. I've never been to Massachusetts ever. I hear it's full of massholes. Massachusetts is one of those places in the United States where I didn't know they would even allow a tank that had a gun on them. Like they wouldn't be able to deal with that. Yeah, let's just bring this almost all the way up. That way we don't have to try to get this paint back in the recesses of this dude. Oh, sorry, fellow. And we're gonna have to carve some of this out to put his nameplate on there. I don't know what his nameplate. We just had to do it a little bit differently because I have this guy's laying down on the job. All right. So I got a wild hair up my ass. It just now got it. I just felt it just now. I should do an Africa Corps guy this weekend, shouldn't I? Just one dude. Just one little fucking Nazi. Right? Just to see how I do. Just to see how I get on with him. What do you think? Just one palm frond Nazi. Okay. And then we can do the pale sand on top of it. On top of this lad. I mean, the basing will be the same. All right, let's get the khaki out. Might as well get done one to pop the cherry. Cheerio! What'd you do this weekend? Oh, we popped the cherry on the Jerry. Oh, good show then. Popping the cherry on the Jerry. So I saw this video game. I'm just not tempted to buy video games anymore. I know you play video games. What's it called? Attack at Dawn? I have it minimized here. Where is it? It's on, it was like $15 or something like that. Attack at Dawn. Attack at Dawn, North Africa. But I look at stuff like that, and I watch the video, and I'm like, I've already done all that shit before. I've already done all that stuff before, and I've already done those things before. Then you get a good gauge of what colors you want to go with the rest. All right. Sorry about that. What did I do with the krauts? Did I put them back, or have I already sorted some out? Oh, I bet they're here. Yep. Ben the Enabler. Let's see. This is like a take everything off the ground and throw it in here. What do we got here? We got Kubelwagen. I think this is the Fujimi one. It's in Dunkelgelb. That really should be from North Africa. Oh yeah, we got some classic Airfix dickheads here. Guy doing morning yoga there. Nazi yoga. Guy laying down on the job. What do we got here? Another dude. Who's this? Oh, Panzerführer. Wer ist mein Panzerführer? Guy's laying down on the job. No squad leaders though. No squad leaders for the African Corps. I got nobody with an MP40. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? Yeah, this guy throwing a grenade's awesome. This is what I should try doing, like a conversion. But I'm just not really comfortable. Like to lop one of these guys' heads off, and then put on a guy that it'd have to be somebody like this. It's got space around his neck. Like give this guy a helmet. And not really worried about it until you paint plenty of the guys that are standard. All right. The Hoffman's here. Hey, maybe one of these guys can be Hoffman. Recently saw an unboxing video of the sprues Marcus, I think, sent you. I really like those dudes with a feather in their caps. Yeah, the eye ties. YouTube sniped my Massachusetts joke. What, massholes? It's all full of massholes. Belt-fed massholes. I actually didn't know about that until somebody that was married to somebody from up there and didn't like those people. Like, nothing but a bunch of massholes. I laughed for a week. You have a terrible accent. It's like, do you always sound like a dick or just when you're around me? So I'm not allowed to go up there. All right. It's Nazi Bastard 30. Let's go. I should just go watch Raiders of the Lost Ark and paint them like that. Those guys, I mean, the African Corps uniform just looks awesome. Too bad they were just such bad people. Somebody's going to get offended. All Germans are that way. Of course not. All Germans aren't that way, but let's see. Where do we go? We took a picture of a gallery. Here we go. Painting African Corps thing. So, they say, this is just a guy, uniform yellow-green. Obviously, we're going to fade the hell out of that. And helmets and painted metal green-brown. Let's go find yellow-green, which I don't think I've ever used before, and green-brown. Oh, let's find these ugly-ass colors, because these are ugly colors. Japan uniform. Yes, it's a similarly ugly color than Japan uniform. Yellow-green. Bam, found it. What's the other one? Green-brown? Find one that's a little bit greener and browner. How about this one? Khaki gray, as opposed to, it actually says Kanaki. I'm sure we'll leave it out here. This is just a freaking guy anyways. Green, brown, green, brown, green, brown. Gold brown. Nope. Green, brown. Okay. Which I believe is the color they recommend for the 1942 Germans in the African Corps. Okay, yellow-green. This is supposedly the tropical color, or one of the color that it starts off with. I don't think I've ever seen a German machine gunner. So he's the machine gunner carrying it. And I've never seen him with this glove. And it's kind of like a glove, like a pad that he's carrying there. And that's to change the barrels. I've never seen him carry it. It's always the assistant. I don't think I've ever used this color. I've had it for 20 years and never used it. Well, I used it to paint the end. That didn't last for long. All right, first thing we're going to do is the pants. We're just going to go straight with this. And the shirt, we're going to use the same color, but we're going to lighten it a bit so it'll look different. A bit. A bit! Honestly, that's not a very good looking color. Oh, too big. This looks like U.S. olive drab. And I'm missing a few figures. Like I don't have a single pose of the guy that's waving with the field glasses. I don't have a single one of those. I think they only made one figure with the MP40. It was really an MP41. There was only one of them that in that pose. I got dismounted guy on a motorcycle that's he's got an MP40. We can use him as a squad leader. So what is the purpose of the feathers? A special unit or just military uniform stuff? I believe they're the Bersaglieri, which would be the Panzer Grenadier equivalent in the Italian army. Like the best infantry the Italians have are the Bersaglieri. They're the best trained, the best motivated. That's those guys. We gotta wait for this to dry a little bit. Went on there too wet. So some of those figures, and they're beautiful figures. Since you asked about them, I'll pull them out. I think I got them handy. They're gray. Should be easy to find. Are they these? Nope. They're beautiful figures. Almost all these figures are beautiful figures. And what's really cool is that they're plastic. And if I was one of those people who's like, plastic figures ain't worth a shit. Or, you can't paint them. I don't know how durable they are. Yeah, these guys with feathers in their hats. Here's one right here. Where's the camera on this thing? So some of these guys could double as regular infantry. Like this guy's just wearing a cap. He's got a Carcano, just wearing a cap. This guy's as well. But this guy with the LMG going all Rambo, he's got a feather in his hat, he's got a pith helmet. Let's see, where is he? He's this guy right here. There we go. He's got a pith helmet. He's got a cockade, little circle thing on the front of his pith helmet, which is in the Italian colors, in the tricolors. And he's got goggles on the strapped off to the side of his pith helmet here at the top. I don't know if you can make that out. But he's a cool guy. You got to use him as a Bersaglieri. Now, some of these other guys you could use in just regular infantry, but I think what I'm going to do is these guys are going to be the elite Italians. You know, they fought in the desert. And where's the other pack of them? None of these are repeat figures. Here's another guy that's on patrol. Here's a guy with a feathery dudes. You like dudes wearing feathers. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. No, it's cool. I agree. They're cool too. I believe the feathers are dark green. These two guys are playing DVA in the desert. These are Strelitz guys. Yeah, the Japanese are wild, man. Wild. If you want to laugh, look up the World War I Swedish uniforms. It can't be worse than the Effazones. Nothing's worse than that. Swedish World War I uniforms. Well, they didn't take part in World War I. They're like the sideshow Bobs. Sweden, World War I uniform. That's stupid. No wonder they sat on the sidelines. A bunch of dumbasses. The only thing that makes that uniform worse is wearing a silly curled mustache with it. What a bunch of candy asses. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't like the World War I German, these stupid little hats that they had. I hate those hats. They're dumb as shit. That's why I lost the war. Dumb hats. You got some here's some German reenactors here. One guy is well fed. This guy, poor guy. Hey, he looks like, the shape of us gamers. He's in gamer shape. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude, but you look like us. The flintlock dwarf Landwehr I'm painting had those hats on. I hate them. They're dumb. They're like a sailor. They need a brim. It's better than them, but Indian sewer cleaners have a better garb than them. Yeah, probably. Gamer shape, yeah. Gamer shape. I wasn't gamer shaped in my 20s. I had a metabolism back then. This is a weird color. And obviously we're going to tinker with it. Like I said before, you know, it may not look like much, but it'll look good when we're done. I don't know what it is lately. You know, my stomach is like... You're at peak gamer shape. We all are. Thank you. What instrument do you play? I play the stomach tuba. Sounds like you're about to shit your pants, but it's all in the stomach. Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong color. Oh, Germans are picky about what color you are. You color you have the uniform. Gotta watch out. Of course, this is the color it's supposed to be when it's brand new, so that's not gonna last long. We're obviously gonna tinker with this before we get to the end. And I'm going to say, I think it's going to be really hard for me to be happier with these guys than I am with the British, because the British, I'm really happy with the way they look. But you never know. What's up, Francois? If mustard gas farts were an instrument, I would be a pro. They smell like mustard, or are they a byproduct of mustard? Can you have mustard gas farts if you never have mustard? And I want to say I had some more of those Matchbox 176 scale Africa Core guys. I only had like a handful of them, but I had more than like three. I think I'm down to like three guys. But a couple of those guys are like running, like in jogging positions. They got like a shirt that's on really tight. Like, are you in the Spanish Foreign Legion or some shit? You know, they got like a really tight shirt, you know. Just awkwardly tight. Gonna get a puppy this morning. Have you already picked one out? Good for you. Get one that... I'm not a dog person, but I am. Like, I appreciate them. Like, dogs when I grew up were just a pain in the ass. Barking all the fucking time, jumping on you all the time. I don't mind one coming over here and licking me or, smelling you, but, like, chill the fuck out, man. You're a dog. Like, just go sit over there, you know? You got a name for the puppy? What kind of puppy is it? Show me a picture. We'll name it. And I'm not saying about giving it a derogatory name. That's not cool, you know? Odago, Odago, Odago. I miss old Odago. Odago. He doesn't like anybody that smells like meat pies. I don't know. The breeder in 40 minutes. I like Gustav. Yeah, but not if he's I mean, it depends on the dog. You can't have like a Gustav Chihuahua. Although I'm going to put my money that you're not going to get a Chihuahua. You get like a freaking big, like a dog that shits bigger than you, right? Like if I'm going to have a dog, it's going to be, a Doberman named Lucifer, or something like that, Heinrich the Doberman. Shiba Inu. Okay, I'm not familiar with that tribe. And it's named Shadow, something you can shout loudly. So probably keep the name. Like you couldn't. What the hell is a Shiba Inu? Let's find out. Let's get educated. This is an educational program. Shiba Inu. Dog breed. Oh, that's the same as an Akita, right? That looks like an Akita. Oh, those are cute as hell, man. Is he dark colored, Dame Shadow? That's a beautiful dog. You gotta name him, what's that thing? What's that called? Yeah. Takashita. Takashita! Bonsai. Used to have giant dogs, but prefer a medium-sized dog. Hold on 1 second. Shih Tzu used to have a giant dog for a medium-sized dog, just a little pupper, so he hasn't turned red yet. Oh, cute. I got a soft spot for pit bulls. They're just really freaking cute. But I will probably never have a dog or a pet of any kind, really. But I didn't really grow up with them. But and I'm just not used to have them having a smell. I know that's by design, but I'm just like I go outside and I don't like when I come back in and have that outside smell. Like I don't want a dog that has a dog smell all the time, and that's just how they are. You know, they for location. This guy's got some fancy pants. Ja, wer ist mein fancy pants? Now what we're going to do with the shirt is we're going to use the same color, but we're not going to go all the way to this before we start adding the white. We're going to do it ahead of time so we can get the variation with the same color. So we're going to come in here. We're going to what color is this? Is this the dark sand? I think that's the dark sand. What happens when we add this to it? Well, that's too drastic a step. But we're here. Let's add a little bit of that. Trying to find a Saluki, but they just want too damn much money for him. 2,800 is just too much for a dog. Well, that dog you showed me was to an untrained eye, mine. It looks like an Akita. I guess they're probably cousins. Let's see what a Saluki looks like. Maybe I've been seeing these Shiba Inus all the time and thought they were Akitas. Cute dog. Yeah, totally cousins. Oh, Akitas seem to be hairier. Okay, so all right. Oh my, oh my goodness, those are adorable. What did you call it? A Saluki. Saluki. Oh man. I saw this picture and oh my god. What's her name? Oh, I saw this picture and the very first thing I think of was I saw this. And the first thing I thought of is, oh, Celine Dion. Man, that's like one of those Afghan dogs, right? That looks like a dog that would drink through a straw. You can get this dog and call it Jar Jar. $2,800. Probably really unique. Saluki. Arabic dog, okay. Dogs that hunt primarily by sight rather than strong scent. Most closely related to the Afghan hound, okay. Oh, fuck yeah. This is where we're getting. Never painted a desert Nazi before. Rabbit hunting dog, okay. And the caps are the same color. The problem is they fade like crazy. Like even I have caps, and the caps just fade. You know, that after a couple of years, I'm not even in direct sun. They'll bake the color right off of them. All right, so we're gonna do the shirt in the same color. We're gonna mix and match it on other guys. I'm gonna start off here. So how much does a dog run these days? I mean, can't you get one at the pound relatively basically free? I mean, you have to pay for its shots and stuff like that. So it'd still probably drop you back a couple $100, I'd imagine. About 800 bucks. Okay, well that's a lot less than 2,800. And dogs don't normally mess up with your hobby stuff. It's cats you always hear about. Oh, I had whatever the cat was came in and stepped all over my war game thing and stepped over the figures. I'm like, yeah, that would happen once. Well, I'm not a cat person because cats, honestly, I mean, I've encountered 2 cats that I actually liked. The rest of them are just like, hey, when are you gonna fucking feed me? Like, last time I checked, you're lower on the totem pole than I am, so, I'm not gonna abuse you, but, don't give me any shit. At the end of the day, you're the pussy, you know? Yeah, pound charge will charge about half of that for an old mutt with problems they won't tell you about. Puppies from reputable breeders are the way to go, in my opinion. Okay. Problems they won't tell you about. It's like buying a used car. You like cats, but I'll never own one. so this color is significantly darker that we started as a base. So one of the things you can do, let's recreate it again because we needed more of it. That's about where we are on the number line of colors, I like to say. The shade meter. And I'm just going to start lightening it up there. So instead of waiting all the way to here to add this same sand, we're going to add the same sand color at this darkness level. And so they can split off. So they'd be cousin colors. Now the water bottle thing, I think it's the same color as the other one. The gas mask canister, I've frequently seen it in sand yellow. I traditionally like to paint that thing in black. Oh man. Well, I got foxholes, and you could do a battle with a British squad versus, a handful of little Nazis. But we've done the infantry combat, so that's like not a mystery. And not everybody will be painting like these guys have all different color fadings of different things. Because that's my stomach saying, hey, the stuff that you ate at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's kind of gone. little bit more. Yep. 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 Now, let's grab this. We stopped just short of this color. Too much of a difference. Too dramatic. There we go. Now, I actually have quite a few books on the African. Not that I need to look at them. I do for the equipment, not for the uniform colors. Like, there's, the sky's the limit. Same thing with the Brits. That stuff fades like crazy. African Core book and a really old school one. I don't think this was very useful. African Core in action, but this is the one I was talking about. This has that artist that everything looks the same. Volstad. All the Volstad guys look exactly the same, like they're all, clones. Did all the African Corps have an armband? Let's see where the text is. B. Uniform insignia. See B for captions. Okay, so let's go to B. The plates. The official African Corps formation cuffband woven in aluminum thread on a dark green tan background. Okay, what's the first one? The first type, okay. The official one, so it's like dark green with African Corps written on it. I don't know that I'm going to put that on the guys. Rifles next. See if this thing's alive or not. What's this? British khaki. All right, I use the restroom. We'll be right back in a moment. So, where was I? Oh, and what was the other thing? Oh, the Africa Corps book. Never even looked at it. I actually didn't buy this. This was a hand me down. Oh, also Volstad, the same artist. However, he wanted to make people look different back then in 1978. Yeah, he was a better artist back then. Is it the same guy? Ron Volstad. He was a better artist in the 70s. 20 years later, and his art's. Ooh. There's freaking vehicles here. I didn't know that. Including an A13. Wow. And an 88. And another A13. I guess I should have looked at this book before. Here's a Panzer 1. And a Panzerjäger 1. One big happy Nazi family. Panzer 4D. Now, I'm not taking my Panzer 4D and desertizing it. It looks just fine the way it is. I never looked in this book. Literally, this was a hand-me-down book. I never looked at it. There's good shit here. Oh, the Italians. Dude's on a date. I do like the old military art. Yeah. Yeah, these are very late. I've got one of these I could turn to the African core, but I'm not ready to do Gazala type stuff yet. Let's see, I would never do a helmet like this. It's painted, it's got chipping on it. It just doesn't look right. Even if when you do it right, it doesn't look right. So we'll just do other stuff. I can't do everything, so I might as well do. Okay, here's one of those guys you like. Here's a Bersaglieri cyclist. Yeah. And the feathers are green. What vehicles call them the Pack 38? SDK of Z10. For some reason, I always like this German gun, this field gun that has these wheels that almost look like crackers. I don't know. Always like that. That's the one. That's the 150, but the 105 looks the same way. It's the same type of carriage for it. I've never seen this before. So this is a captured Canadian truck, right? CMP, made in Canada. And it's a Chevrolet and has a Chevrolet symbol on the front of the grill. I'd never seen that before. That's pretty cool. Okay. I don't know if that told me anything. Where's this guy's where's the armband on this guy? It's on the right. We won't put it on this guy. Maybe we'll do it later on. Let's see if this wood brown is alive. I painted many Mausers in this color. Oh, I'm not dead yet. Oh, no, it's not. It's not dead yet. Oh, it's plenty alive. Hallelujah. That's what we're going to use as a base for the Mausers. This is, I guess, the replacement color for it. And Mauser has a lot less wood on the stock than an Enfield. Enfield is like almost like completely covered in wood. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really like the way the Enfield rifle looks. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm sorry, Mauser's a better looking one. I think the Enfield's probably a better weapon. It's a longer caliber weapon. Certainly carries two stripper clips in there, right? 10-round magazine. But Mauser looks better. My opinion. Sorry about that. And I think the Enfield, I mean, they had versions that were cut down. I think the standard issue Enfield is not a cut down rifle at all, whereas the Mauser is. It's a carbine. Like they might have been cut down versions of the Enfield, but they went over to the Pacific. Getting tired. Too early to get tired. Oh, it's the weekend, right? Go take a nap. Because that's exactly what I do. Not when in doubt, just add more caffeine. There's worse things than being tired. You could be stressed out. It's funny, on Thanksgiving Day, I'd never noticed this before, but there's a lot of people that were out walking. It's like, oh yeah, that's a thing where people like eat too much turkey and then they walk it off. I'm like, really? I didn't notice that. Nobody told me. I didn't get the memo. All right, that's the wood on that. Yeah, I'm gonna stop myself too. I need to get something to eat. My stomach's just going. I just get angry all the damn time. So we might be on later on the night, but we got some stuff to do. We got the Sapphire Core guy to do. We got the A13 to finish up to spray to clear coat on it, and and put the little banner on it and flag. All right, folks. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.